Buen día. Silencio. Buen día, gente. Tenemos nuevos becarios que han llegado hoy. Muy bien, queridos. Bueno, espero que hayan tenido un buen descanso. Vamos a hacer honor a los puntuales. Yo soy una persona muy puntual. Valoro la puntualidad. No sé si queda claro el mensaje. Igual ustedes son puntuales, así que el mensaje es redundante. Para los que vienen después trataremos de hacerles el comentario. Vamos a empezar con una presentación de Bruno Ramos. Bruno tiene un cargo muy importante. Ayer tuvimos la... Para los que no lo conocen, es un organismo
Bruno, are you there? Good morning. Good morning. Are you in Brasilia? Are you in Brasilia or Europe? Very well, so you are not in you're in a schedule that is a bit different. Closer to midday, right? So welcome again. We have all the scholars that are in person and virtually. We have people from all parts of Latin America and people that are far away, especially people participating virtually. Thank you for your participation. Yesterday we had a beautiful message of Zorine Bogdan Martin that is always here with us, or because she always sends a message, and it was very kind of her. She has a very complicated agenda, so she took the time to do this video. Thank you very much. And we're also thankful for having you here. I know you had a presentation. I don't know if you want to present directly from your computer. I think that Cecilia is going to share her screen. So comments regarding regulation for new digital markets. Very interesting because now we have a discussion between telecom regulations and internet regulations. There's like a discussion that's always there that is evolving. So welcome, Bruno, and we are now listening to you. Thank you, Olga. I think that it has returned. I don't know if you can hear me well. We can hear you well, and we can see your screen. Don't worry about it. It's better that way. Thank you. Something is happening. So now they closed the microphone from the room, so there's no feedback anymore. So I want to thank you for the invitation again, and it's an honor for me to be here from the beginning of this school. And now we are here after 18 years, so it's an honor. So I wanted to thank you for the invitation. Something about ITU is that in the Americas, where we are at, has the representatives. The general secretary is from the Americas, from the U.S., and the radio sector is one of the most important directors of ITU is from Uruguay. So the Americas is well represented in the elected officials of ITU. Very well. I'm gonna go. As Olga has said, she's very punctual, so me too. So I'm gonna try to finish the presentation in the time allotted. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with the school this year, and I was able to share some comments about a subject that today affects all digital is in every digital debates of digital markets. How to regulate the markets without stopping those we want to enable. Talking about digital regulation is not just about talking about telecommunication or just about competition or about protection of the consumer. It means talking about a system of infrastructures that become platforms that become markets that become essential services, basic services, and technologies that show up before the law has clear categories to describe them. The thesis I want to propose to you is very simple. In digital markets, we want to learn better, and learning better requires evidence. When there's evidence, we need to use it. When there isn't evidence, we need to create it responsibly through pilots, evidence banks, regulatory sandboxes that I will discuss a lot in this presentation, and other types of regulatory innovation instruments from ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, and the Office for the Americas. We are supporting regulators in our region in this transition, going from regulation that is predominantly reactive to digital governance that is more participatory, collaborative, and result based. So, this is going to be a bit of the line of this discussion. The next one, please, Cecilia. The deeper question is how to regulate what is still emerging. This question seems abstract, but it's very specific. Let's think about a connectivity service that is based on low orbit satellites and an application of artificial intelligence that makes critical decisions in an open banking solution in an autonomous vehicle connected to 5G networks or in drones that transport medical samples in rural areas. In all these cases, the regulator faces true tension. If it exists from the first day, if there's compliance of a framework thought for another technological reality, can avoid that innovation reaches a market. But also, if it doesn't do anything, you don't do anything, it can leave users, competitors, critical infrastructure, and fundamental rights unprotected. This is why this discussion should not be formulated as an election between innovation and regulation. This false dilemma makes us waste time. The right question is how to design a regulation that will protect public interest and at the same time allows the market to generate new solutions. Said so, in other words, how to build capable institutions capable of learning with the market but without giving up their public mandate. There, the idea of adaptive regulation comes out. It is not a weak regulation, it's a regulation that recognizes the uncertainty, establishes limits, and learns with evidence before turning a hypothesis into a permanent rule. The next one, Cecilia, please. Digital markets won't wait. They change because of the combination of several simultaneous forces: ubiquitous connectivity, cloud, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, massive data, automation platforms, APIs, global business models that can be scaled in weeks. The regulation, rather, normally is built with slower cycles: diagnosis, consultation, proposal, analysis, adoption, implementation, and oversight. The consequence is that many times the regulator reaches a reality that already changes. It doesn't exist no more. When they uh, finish understanding a technology, this technology is already integrated with another one. When they finish defining a market, the market has already been transformed into another system. When you try to finish identifying a risk, there's a second order risk that comes up: cybersecurity, data concentration, dependency of suppliers, interoperability, algorithmic uh, integration. And so this is why new digital markets force us to look beyond the traditional categories. A service of autonomous mobility is not just transportation. It is telecommunication, data, software, cybersecurity, infrastructure, res- civil responsibility, and consumer protection. All this wrapped into one. Digital financial service is not just banking, it's digital identity, data, cloud security, competition, and user experience. The tech convergence produces regulatory convergence, and regulatory convergence requires coordination, evidence, and institutional capacity. Cecilia? This slide really summarizes the dilemma in a simple way: regulating too soon or regulating too late. Regulating too soon could mean setting a tech architecture before the market has tried alternatives. It could mean that the regulator elects in an involuntary way tech winners. It can mean turning a transitory rule in a barrier to entry. But also, regulating too late also has costs, for example, of digital markets, effects in the network can consolidate very quickly. Information asymmetries can grow before the consumer understands the risk. Data can be concentrated. Private standards can become de facto mandatory, and an operational failure can affect millions of users in real time. The exit is not the reason, or the solution is not to freeze, it's to build controlled learning mechanisms. A regulator doesn't need to have all the answers before acting. What they need is to have good questions, an environment that is safe to test hypotheses, clear metrics, coordination with other stakeholders, and criteria to decide what to do after the experiment. The key point is, in high uncertainty markets, the regulation should not be a blind bet. It needs to be a process of learning, institutional learning. Cecilia? Next slide, please. It's slide 5. Oh, yes. Thank you. Very well. The regulation. Perfect. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you. Evidence based regulation is a shared aspiration by almost all regulation, we need to recognize a difficulty in emerging markets. Many times there is not enough evidence. We don't have historical series. We don't have user behavior data. There are no metrics that are mature, that are no clarity of the business model, and we don't even have a legal category that correctly describes the service. When data exists, tools like the analysis of the regulatory impact, ex post regulations, public consultation in the market studies are fundamental. But when data doesn't exist, the regulator has to create conditions to produce this evidence. This the value of regulatory experimenting. A well-designed pilot can show how a technology in real conditions behaves. It can reveal risks that in paper would not show up. It can show that in the regulatory requirements it is necessarily and unnecessarily expensive. It can show that an obligation of information needs to be redesigned. It can help calibrate, for example, a future license, an authorization regime, a quality obligation of service, or an interoperability standard. Evidence doesn't show up by decree. It is produced with the measuring tape, and the measuring tape needs to be guided for the public interest. Cecilia? Very well, so now we're going to go into more practical examples. We take, for example, these about autonomous vehicles. An autonomous vehicle is not just a car without a driver, it's a mobile architecture of sensor software, AI, maps, data, and real time decisions. This is why the regulatory challenges don't fit into just one sector. Singapore, for example, has been a reference to create test spaces for autonomous mobility with defined temporary horizons. Germany included experimentation clauses in the autonomous driving regulation, allowing for tests in defined areas. China has promoted urban areas of testing in multiple cities. In the United States, states like California and Arizona, they work like regulatory labs that are live. In the Netherlands, South Korea, and Spain, they've also developed experimental mechanisms to test solutions in real environments. So, what is a lesson? That the regulation didn't just come before technology. Many countries created spaces where technology and regulation could learn together. First, we defined the environment, then we observed the data, then we identified risks, and ultimately we adjusted the rules. This point is very important in Latin America and the Caribbean. In our region, we don't always need to copy a final regulatory solution. Many times, we need to copy the capacity of experimenting with security. Next, please. I spoke about some examples, for example, vehicles and now drones. Drones, for example, are applied to postal services, health, and logistics. Here, the challenge displaces to the airspace, but regulatory logic is very similar. We're no longer talking just about a postal operator or an aeronautical operator. We're talking about routes, operational safety. Like Olga has said, the spectrum, connectivity, privacy, responsibility for incidents, for example, local coordination and continuity of the service. So in Switzerland, Swiss Post tested the transportation of medical samples by drones in cooperation with aeronautical authorities. The value was not just in successful flights, but also in identified risks. When there were incidents with emergency parachutes, the program was suspended and the regulator obtained critical information before allowing for massive deployment. It's exactly this is exactly the type of learning that a sandbox should produce. Controlled areas, not systemic areas. In the UK, we tested drones to connect remote areas, including areas where climate affected traditional services. In Spain, the Postal Service tested models for rural areas and emergencies. In all cases, this showed the not only the potential but success in regulations. The message is that the sandbox is not just useful to try technologies. It also is useful to test the regulation itself, the procedures, requirements, times, costs, and the loopholes. Cecilia? Very well, this slide is very interesting for me. This perhaps is the most known example. Digital banking force regulatory frameworks to very well established categories, and it's a regular market, the financial thing. What does a branch mean when the bank is an app? Well, how do I identify identity in a completely digital experience? How do you protect the consumer when the service is provided in real time? There's an institution activity, an interface, for example. In the UK and in Brazil, for example, New Bank, these are examples on how digitization transformed financial service provision. It's not just about make a traditional bank more efficient. It's about redesigning the relationship between users, data, payments, credit, identity, for example, and digital experience. The modern regulatory sandbox became visible because of this context. The Financial Authority of the UK was pioneer in the fintech sandbox, and then the model was disseminated to other countries and sectors. The logic was to allow tests with real users under limited conditions, with close oversight and with a clear exit pathway. The great lesson of fintech for digital markets is that the regulator should not be limited to say yes or no. In innovation context, many times it should say, well, we provide, uh, we see, we protect, and decide with evidence. As I've said in the beginning of my presentation, evidence is fundamental in innovation times, in these very quick innovation times we are going through. Cecilia? Very well. Now we're going back to the telecom sector. Traditionally, the ITC education was structured through infrastructure, licenses, spectrum, service quality, rates, competition, and user protection. All of this is still relevant, but the environment really changed. And Today, there's a red of telecommunication network of telecommunication that is also a service platform in the cloud that works with Internet of Things, AI, industrial data, health, education, security, mobility, energy, and financial services. Digital infrastructure becomes economic and social infrastructure. This is why the ITC regulator needs to look at not only the network, but the ecosystem that is built on the network. 5G is not just speed, it's low latency, critical services, industrial automation, and new dissemination methods. Open IP APIs are not just technical interfaces. They're a new layer of the market. Artificial intelligence is not just a regulated service, it can also be an oversight tool. The challenge right now is to go from a regulation in uh, inputs to a governance focused on results, resilience, inclusion, and innovation capability. Cecilia? Very well. In my presentation, I went through the part of presenting the problem, innovation, examples, for example, of new technologies that have changed the system and the structure. So let's go to order the tools and explain that the sandbox is a complement, not a substitute. This is very important because we are not making a solution for everything. Using the sandbox is a toolbox. The impact is essential when there's data, enough data on how we can estimate costs, benefits, and distributive effects. The regulatory agendas of roadmaps help reduce uncertainty because they tell the market that what subjects will be studied and with what goal. The public consultations are still the basis of a legitimate regulation in digital markets, and the regulator cannot know on his own from his desk all the technical commercial details. He needs to listen to the private sector, academia, civil society, or other public organizations, and especially the users. But when there are no data, or when the current framework doesn't allow us to test an innovation that can generate public benefits, the experimentation mechanisms show up.
And and that's where sandboxes exist. The trial banks, the other trials, and the policy labs. The regulatory innovation does not replace the good traditional practices, it complements them. And when they're well designed, it allows the regulator to be more cautious, not less cautious, more transparent, more responsible. We're going to define the precision in the regulatory sandbox. It is important that the sandbox is not deregulation. It is very important to understand that a sandbox is a safe space, controlled and temporary, where a company or institution can try a product, a service, or a technology or a business model under specific regulatory conditions. Those conditions can limit the number of users, the territory, their time bound, and like the type of data also, and the report mechanisms, and the obligations for billing users. Sandbox is not a zone without law. It's not a lawless zone. It is not a permanent exception. It is an experimental space with supervision, objectives, metrics, and exit criteria. Its value lies in reducing uncertainty for the innovator and also for the regulator. The innovator understands the requirements that are applied during a trial, and the regulator observes, and then it decides what has to change in the permanent framework. So we have a, a digital regulation platform, and also our regulatory digital outlook and the ITU, and that is why we highlight in these two documents. The sandbox can reduce regulatory uncertainty, support emergent innovations, develop supervisory capacity, and improve quality. The key phrase in this slide is that it's not deregulation. That regulation is experimental, but the difference is fundamental. Here is where we start. A good sandbox starts with a clear question: what can we learn? This question defines everything. If the objective is vague, the sandbox is, becomes an exercise of public relationships. If the objective is precise, it can produce useful evidence for a concise or concrete regulatory decision. The second question: what risk do we accept? Every experiment implies risk, but the risk should be reduced, proportional, and also managed. That is why we defined boundaries and scale up mechanisms for reporting, supervisory criteria, and safeguards for the users and responsibility for the participants. The third question: how do we protect the user? In a experimental environment, the user must understand that if they're participating in a trial, they have to have a protection of its data, and there must be clarity on compensations or remedies in case of failure. And the last question: what do we do with the evidence? And this is the most important point, or the most forgotten one, overlooked. A sandbox does not finish when the trial ends. It ends when the evidence is produced and it becomes part of the institutional learning. A normative modification, a license, a guide for a license, or for example, a decision or a new round of experimentation. That is why the sandbox needs governance, requires a technical team, transparency rules, metrics, exit, in and out criteria, and coordination with other authorities, because it crosses sectorial boundaries. And here, what I want to do is a deep dive or go beyond the sandbox as the only regulatory answer. The regulatory innovation instruments of ITU has a array of instruments of regulatory innovation. Sandbox is one and the most well known, but it's not the only one. It helps innovation to companies and to understand the existing framework, but a dialogue forum, for example, allows the stakeholders in the government, in the market, in the academy, in the civil society to share problems and practices. An innovation hub can facilitate the development of solutions and capacities. There's also policy labs high-level experimentation frameworks, and mechanisms of evaluation based on administrative data. Each instrument responds to a different need. Sometimes the problem is not that regulation blocks in innovation. Regulation does not block innovation. Is that the problem? The innovator does not understand the regulator. Sometimes you don't need a sandbox. What you need is guidance. Sometimes you don't need an exception. What it's needed is interinstitutional coordination. So that regulatory maturity consists in knowing how to select the correct tool. A modern regulator should not fall in love with a single instrument. It should not be only a regulatory sandbox. It's not the only solution. You have to ask yourself, what is the problem? What evidence do I need? What level of risk exists? What capacities do I have? And what coordination do I require or do I need? So the taxonomy of the ITU helps to organize these decisions. I'm going to present the innovation and the content of the rules and the way to supervise them. Another dimension of innovation is to go from restrictive or prescriptive rules to performance-based rules. This prescriptive regulation says how to do something, but the regulation based on performance defines the expected outcome, and the regulator selects the most efficient means to achieve the objectives. In telecommunications, this can be very powerful. Instead of specifying a technology, the rules can explain levels of latent quality, availability, resilience, safety, or coverage. It does not eliminate supervision. On the contrary, it mandates, it obligates to measure better, but it frees space for technical innovation. And that's where red tech comes in. This is technology to regulate and supervise, AI to monitor quality in real time, and big data. We've been talking about it for 10 years now, but with big data we can identify consumption patterns, congestion or concentrated. Blockchain, for example, is another registry technology for certain uses. Automatic tools for regulatory reports or supervision dashboards that allows you to go from occasional auditing to continuous monitoring. So AI is not only an object of regulation, it is also a tool for the regulator to be more efficient, preventive, and based on data. And of course, this implies capacity, governance, and certain ethical criteria. But the direction is clear, the aim is clear, and it is to regulate outcomes and supervise based on evidence. Now I'm going to show some cases of real life, and there are cases from a region, from America, from the ITU Office for the Americas. We had been supporting a regulatory innovation project in Central America and the Dominican Republic. The idea is very concrete. Do not stay in the discourse, but build capacity in trials and applied evidence. This project has educated 420 persons in 7 countries with participation of women above 40%. We have implemented 10 workshops. We have received 10 trial proposals. We have generated reports by country with technical recommendations, and we have advanced in normative products and institutional products. We are working on our learning platform, which is called ITU Academy, with contents in Spanish and English. These numbers matter because they show that regulatory innovation does not depend only on a norm. It depends on capacities, depends on technical teams that know how to design questions, evaluate, assess risk, measure outcomes, negotiate with other institutions, and transform trials in public decisions. Here in America, and in more specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, the gap is not necessarily normative. Usually it is a gap on institutional capacity, coordination, and evidence. So this project is precisely to reduce this gap. I'm going to explain the types of trials and the value of learning, of regional learning, of shared regional learning. From the trials, it shows the diversity of the challenges. There's a sandbox for measuring the quality of internet, mobile in Dominican Republic, Honduras, and Panama. There is a trial of 5G networks in underserved areas in Belize. There is a sandbox for rural community with emergent technologies in Guatemala. There's initiatives on low potency devices in El Salvador. There are adaptive governance in AI in Panama and the Dominican Republic, and in Costa Rica. We are working on a regulatory framework for open gateway. The important thing is that these trials are not isolated. They represent a regional learning agency. Each country tries something that responds to their context, but that learning can circulate. What a regulator learns on mobile quality can help another country. What a country learns on AI can guide other countries. What we advance in open gateways can help new models of digital market. Regional cooperation is fundamental because digital markets do not recognize frontiers. Innovation scales up regionally, and the regulatory capacity also has to learn regionally. I want to say that the end value of this portfolio is not only how many trials we implement, but how many good decisions it produces, how many good rules it produces, better capacities, better safeguards, and better services for the citizens. It is a project, it's a beautiful project. It is a project for several years that we're coordinating with several countries. It is quite complex, but I believe that it will show the integration between the problems and complex solutions, but shared with all the countries in our region. Now we're going to make a link with our GSR and modern governance. This is a global symposium for regulators 2026, and the new essential kit for the digital regulator is organized around principles that are particularly relevant for digital markets. For example, approaches and outcomes of interest, interventions proportional to the risk, strategic use of incentives, and a gradual supervision that has to be transparent and predictable. The objective is not regulate because of regulation. The objective is that digital markets can deliver significant connectivity, innovation, investment, competition, safety, and welfare for the person. The regulation should serve these outcomes. In GSR, there is also an important institutional message. The digital governance cannot be sectorial. And we've been saying this for a while. Telecommunications, finances, transport, energy, health, data, competitivity, and the protection of the consumer are ever more intertwined. That is why the coordination and the multi-stakeholders and institution coherence are not complements. They are conditions for effectivity. The modern regulator needs technical competencies, judicial skills, technological capacity. It needs to dialogue, experiment, measure, and adapt. But it can be predictable but not rigid. It needs to protect but not to paralyze. It needs to learn but not abdicate from their responsibility. The last slide is this one. I'm wrapping up, Olga, right on time. And now I'm going to go back, like to wrap up, going back to the initial idea that I presented. The regulation of the future learns before imposing. This does not mean to resign to the authority of the state or accept that the market decides by itself. It recognizes that the digital markets are complex and the authority becomes strong when it decides based on evidence, when it understands that the systems that it regulates has to be done in coordination with the stakeholders without losing sight of the public interest. And regulatory innovation is not a trend. It is a institutional response to a structural change in digital technologies that transform market services and rights faster than our traditional frameworks. If we regulate with evidence from the past, we risk arriving late or regulate in the wrong way. But if we incorporate experimentation, performance of data, regional cooperation consultations, we can build a governance that is more effective. For our region of the Americas, this challenge is particularly important. We still have connectivity gaps, capacities, a lot of capacity gaps, and we have unequal capacities in our territories, in markets with different levels. And I say that we have innovation, talent, social demand, and huge opportunities. So the regulation should help to close these gaps, not to make them broader. Olga, my final invitation for all of the persons in this room is that we see the regulator not as a market supervisor, but an architect of conditions, conditions for responsible innovation, for a sustainable investment, for conditions to protect the users, and also for meaningful connectivity. Experiment is not to flexibilize without control. It is to regulate with humbleness, based on evidence, and with a public purpose. Olga, thank you very much for this invitation. For me, it is an honor to be here with all of you, to have this dialogue. For me, this is not a presentation, it is a dialogue so we can grow together and transform a region of the world in a and we've been through very difficult phases, but that we can all be part of a more inclusive world. Thank you very much. An applause for Bruno, please. Dear Bruno, first, greetings from our dear Oscar Mesano and Adrian Carvalho. There's not more important debate than what Bruno has proposed. He summarized the dilemma of the virtual regulation, a dilemma that has to do that is still tied to national laws and to services that recognize no borders. But it implies topics of security, of privacy, and AI is so the regulator has to go through these layers. And you provided beautiful examples of the sandbox and other apps that have been tried in several countries. I like the initiatives that you commented on Central America and the Dominican Republic. There are several regulators in the room. We have a little time for questions and comments. Someone raised their voice. Please identify yourself. Thank you, Oscar. Octavio Garcia. Congratulations from Mexico, Bruno. How to potentiate the relationship between the Interparliamentary Union and the ITU to compare the present Latin America to not only serve them but also to understand the agenda of the governments. Well, thank you for the question. First, Adrian, Oscar, my dear my dear friends, I send you a hug. I really believe that in ITU, the strength of our work is to support the countries that are going to make the better decisions for their countries at this point. So, what we can do is build capacities, bring the better practices, but each country has their own interest, each government has their own interest, and they have to discuss those to improve together with the population of the country. For me, it is very clear the United Nations and especially the ITU, our role is to support, but the decisions belong to each country within their own structure, national assemblies, their national discussions. And the question is how each country understands how they have to act in any specific moment. And we're here to support you. And how our General Secretary from the UN in the SDGs in the United Nations is not here to implement, but to support its members to achieve the SDGs. And in this hard work that we've been doing for 15 years to create a more inclusive world for all. Any other questions for Bruno? There are several regulators in the room, but they're very quiet. I have a question. You said that the conditions of a modern regulator have to have all these characteristics, and that's fine. But how can we make this compatible with the realities of our countries where we are always lacking time, we are lacking staff, especially if you're going to work in the private sector, because sometimes the people that are trained, they go to the private sector because salaries are better, and that when there is incidents of cybersecurity, it's not only to evaluate the incidents, but what do we do after. That requires a coordinated work, a teamwork, a work that requires trained people and planning. Do you think that all this is compatible with the realities of our dear region? I know that it's more aspirational thinking, but what is, back to reality, what is the feasibility? Yes, Olga, but there is something very interesting in this process that we live of change, of social change, of economic relations shifts between the relationships, on the relations between the people and the countries based on technological changes. We already went through this in the Industrial Revolution. The social relations changed. I believe that the states and the governments, there is a difference. I'm not going to go into this, but the governments will be under pressure, technological pressure. So they can not only not do something, because things will happen. And I think that this will create a virtuous cycle where we have to do some things because we cannot just stand still, and because things will happen. My priority is to train people to perform certain things. So I truly believe that this the management of regulatory changes will be under pressure, and every time stronger. Olga and I had been in this road for a long time, but the changes before the years 2000, they were slower. I recall that it changes in the radio frequency tables occurred every 10 years. They did not change. To talk with the radio engineers about changes, or the recommendations of the radio rules of the ITU was something you did not even mention. But now, every 4 years, we have huge changes in radio regulations because we cannot stand still and wait. So I think that the changes should be analyzed, and they will force the countries in our region to prioritize in this management inside or within the governments. One more question. Is there any questions from the fellows that are connected virtually? I am Jose Jesus Miguel Sarmientos Montesinos. I am a radio director of the ITU, and it's a pleasure to be here. And the speed of the digital markets overcome the traditional regulatory cycles in a country like Mexico. Obviously, the regulator body the CRT. What would be the proposal in this case for business models that are emergent in terms of autonomous mobility, drones, services, telecommunications that do not block innovation, and so what is the how can we analyze competitivity from this regional symmetry and the regulator organ in Mexico? Thank you, Don Jesus. It's a pleasure to talk with you. And we are not alone. So I know that Mexico, I know that you are going through a situation where it's starting to regulate. You're facing several challenges with a country with a incredible economic capacity for innovation, but we are not alone. There are several other countries in the ITU with capacity to provide or deliver the best practices and solutions, because they are not challenges of each country, they're global challenges. And I think that our role in the ITU is precisely that, to share solutions, discuss how to land these global solutions in the specificities of each country. So they're not specific challenges, There are also possibilities to find solutions in other countries and land these solutions to our own countries. And truly, we are available from the regional office to work closely with the regulators to move forward with the specific challenges of each country. The last question.
It's a pleasure. My name is Sergio de Leon from Guatemala. I have a question about the public debate regarding these regulations. How do you do this? How does a citizenship participate in this type of discussion? Because normally it's so difficult to grasp, and sometimes these goes to other more public discussions in terms of discussion. And how do you discuss these subjects? How do you try to get to the audiences to participate in this with some feedback regarding that subject? Thank you for the question. There are several stages in building the model. We can do public consultation, roundtables, etc. Debate with civil society organizations. There are several stages before something to understand the other system. But also, after that, we need to have mechanisms to refeed back with the user. It's not that the regulation, I tried in my presentation to share that innovation is so fast, it's something we won't do a regulation even more that is going to stay for 10 years. So we need to have feedback systems if something is not correct for collecting user data. We also need to have adaptation mechanisms of faster changes. Generally speaking, my idea for you is when we have when we have this type of technology that changes quickly, we also need to have mechanisms for the regulation part to adapt. To adapt, can build, improve without losing the public responsibility that the regulator has to protect the population. A big round of applause once again for dear Bruno. The audience says hi, thank you for your participation, and a big hug from the city of Antigua, Guatemala. That is beautiful, beautiful. And I was in Antigua many times, so thank you very much, Olga, and I hope you have a great day. Big hugs. We'll see you in any part of the world, virtually or in person. Interesting for those in regulation and those who are not there as well. This has to do with cybersecurity and government. I was talking about this with a colleague about government regulations. This debate regulated internationally because of regulations with the border, with services that don't have borders and uh, affect security, privacy, and move faster. So it's a very important challenge for the regulator. And what you were talking about how people participate if there's public debate, these are not easy subjects. They're not easy to regulate or understand, but directly affect people. I was looking at the drones that bring things. If it falls somewhere, what's gonna happen? In 5 minutes, and we will go to the next panel. I will take my computer to the table. I'm gonna need another microphone. Maybe you can help me with that? No, because Remember, we're in virtual that you can ask questions. The virtual participation platform has the possibility of asking questions, and we're monitoring if there are questions from virtual participants. So I would like to call Cristian Orellana to the stage, and I know he's here. He said hi earlier. Cristian, welcome. And Jorge Eskenazi, are you there? And virtually we have Mercedes. I don't know if Mercedes joined because she said that there's a light that is still following me. She said she was a bit far behind, but maybe we'll wait for her. Jorge, is in virtual or in person?
Charlamos nosotros.
If not, we'll have a discussion, you and I. We'll do a constructive dialogue, you and I. I can't see that.
No, Mercedes me dijo que estaba un poco atrasada, que se va a conectar, y yo le dije, Jorge.
Mercedes said she was far behind because you can't come in. And if not, we'll have a discussion among ourselves. Bruno's talk is very interesting. For those that are in regulatory subjects, everything is recorded in the YouTube channel. So what I'm doing, because I sit down and learn just like you, because for me the school is my school. So a lot of talks, I listen to them again, I transcribe them again, because in particular this presentation I thought was very important because very well, Jorge is not here. He's not outside. Very well. Okay. I'm an electronic and electrician engineer. So, so tell me a bit about, you have chapters by countries. You're in charge of the chapter in Guatemala, and I have some questions for you, but tell me a bit about your experience and participation. Tell us, thank you very much for the invitation. Before anything, Triple E is an institute for electric and electronic engineers. Globally, it's divided by region. Region 9 is the Latin American region. Currently, Guatemala is one of the main, or of the first countries in Latin America to have presence in Triple E. At the Central American level, we have a council. In Guatemala, we don't have a lot of members, but globally, we have over 4 million members. So this makes networking at the Triple E be very interesting. At the agency level, the interest of the Triple E is to bring cutting edge technology to the social level, humanitarian level, and also has this opportunity of working with academia, researchers, everything relating to standards and the regulation aspect, which is why we are present here today. At the national level, I am in this part of telecommunications, and I'm in charge of the event that we're going to have this year. So we do have a lot of activity with the local chapter. Is this an open event or just an event for IEEE? It's an open event that has over 50 years of existing. An event that is tech event that's technical because we also have sponsors, a technical fair.
Empresas compartiendo sus avances.
Over 100 companies sharing advancement and products. We also have the presentation of investigation, At the international level, there are a lot of people here to present their academic research, and we also bring this part of sharing. Social projects, in this case, what Bruno was talking about, a lot of initiatives of IEEE, Smart Village, the humanitarian aspect, semiconductors. Right now, Latin America is really promoting the development of semiconductors, the design, and it has an interactive part with the audience. It has two modalities. No, oigo. And there are specific things that those interested are in, because there are things that are only happening in Southeast Asia, and the demand depends on what happens in this area. And there's this whole subject: if there's conflict with China, Taiwan, we don't have chips. Tell us your vision about the subject. At the country level, 3 years ago, we started with IEEE to bring schools for semiconductor design. We did 3 boot camps in Latin America. This made us. We are a country that has partnerships with Taiwan. So Taiwan saw this movement and this interest on the semiconductor design part and started a project at the country level known as the route of the chip. The chip route has made professionals, teachers, and students come to Taiwan to the factories SMEC that are the largest ones at the international level to learn how this is developed. So this has made the country start focusing. We as Guatemalans can do a bit of design, not manufacturing, but design is part of the chain of this route. Mexico, Colombia has promoted the semiconductor part, and AAA plays an important role in bringing these schools and sharing a bit with partner companies as synopsis that are the part of entities that focus on this. So this has also made us really push on social projects like bringing technologies to remote areas of the country, but also focus on that the future professionals have another area of interest like the semiconductor design. Oiga, oiga. And we have things that are focused on poor places. I understand that the latest technology is rarely focused in just one company. Precision regarding implementation of designs in the chip itself. I understand it's one sole German company technology, and we are living this process of having a focus in just one company. It's not just chips. Right now we have the issue of memory, and Bruno was talking about policies with the regulation part. I think there we will bet on that, because if you can see, one of the issues we have with devices is that the uh, memories are becoming more expensive, and it's just because only 3 companies focus on manufacturing. The chip part is also focused in Taiwan, and it's one of the geographical problems that you can have to focus on the development of a technology like this one. So I think that the policy we're working on the chips and an intercom part, and we know that our phones have chips, so it's a chain that can affect not just telecom, but everything we hope to move on with tech change. Yes, the fridge, like, yeah, what happened in the pandemic. And this is a personal comment. I think it's incredible that with the tech development we have, especially two countries like United States and China, that is what is leading the development of patents and the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. And this thing about chips is really focused on so few companies and in two or three countries. So we need to see what happens. This can affect us, especially if there is a war in the area, a bit of what is happening with the Hormuz Strait. It can happen the same thing with oil. It's like an oil of technology. In China, we all looked at China like the bad one, and they were the concentrators of this design of semiconductors. Those that wanted cars, there was no availability of vehicles because there were no chips. Those that wanted computers, there was no availability. So technology started to run low. So these are issues that perhaps we are living in the pandemic, but there are other conflicts that can affect this. And they can come up in another moment. I was remembering the regulations called IEEE. Those that are more technical know them by heart, and you document all the trends of 5G networks, IoT, and I know that Guatemala leads in Central America, and there's a gap in some areas of the country, but what is the technical evidence on what are the most effective networks to close this gap? That think it's the mobile telecommunication or low orbit satellites, and we're going to have a presentation of low orbit satellites of a project that Amazon has and wanted to present this, but we're going to have this after the coffee. Great. So all operators at the Central American level are moving in new generation networks, networks that have hybrid architecture where the intent for this architecture to deploy these services faster at the country level. And 5G has really focused on the city because it's the big density of transit that is. The country is in the city, nevertheless. In the departments or rural areas, in the departments, we have 5G. Operators deploy the networks where they can return the investment faster. And this makes the capital cities, the cities we have here, and nevertheless, we need to see what distribution is like, and it's in all Central American countries. What is the distribution of coverage? We still have areas that have 3G coverage. Why? Because traffic demand is not as charged as the other one. So return on investment is going to be where there's a lot of demand. What makes us have this new generation architecture? I can implement this service even faster than was deployed before. Currently, there are projects, and I really like that Bruno, and I'm going to research these builds because the goal is to get to connect those that are not connected. And all the ISOC, I saw a lot, Kingo, that Triple E is one that also allocates funds so that we make these gap that exists. And okay, you don't have 5G in the rural area, but right now you don't need it. But you do need to have access to networks. And these focus on programs to bring this technology that needed the most. I saw the case of drones shown by Bruno there. I remember we had a meeting with a university because she wanted to bring soil analysis with drones to remote populations. But the limitation of not having this infrastructure, we could not do this project. So if we start seeing how to deploy these new technologies or 5G technologies network with these communities that are not connected. The geography of Guatemala, and I'm sorry, my ignorance, far from my ignorance, it's very complex for the installation of mobile networks. There are a lot of mountains. So in the Amazon, in the mountainous area in Argentina, these are areas that are difficult, especially because a lot of people don't live there, and it's difficult to provide. Geography in Guatemala is complicated. So this is the good thing of our country. It's very diverse. So the architecture and how to deploy in these areas with 5G cells need to be more together. And what this causes is, if you see yourself here, we have a lot of mountains and valleys, and the engineer here makes it so that he can create an architecture that is eco-friendly with the environment and functional to have coverage areas that are closer to the users. Let me see, because Mercedes is texting, but I can't see anything. She says that she is joining. Do we have Mercedes online? I don't see Lucas's hand. Oh, yes, she's there. Hi, dear Mercedes.
Muy bien, disculpen la demora.
I'm sorry for the delay. Traffic was awful.
Bueno, si usted llegaste, lo importante es
But the
que
important thing is that I'm here.
Bienvenida, querida Mercedes. Justo estábamos
Welcome to
hablando
your Mercedes. We were talking about with Christian about that he has an interesting experience in triple IE and
un trabajo de
IEEE,
diseño
and he
en
spoke
Guatemala
about
que yo
the design of chips in Guatemala that I did not know about. So we were talking about this, and Mercedes works in an association
que busca una
that
red
is looking for an open
para todos y
internet for
bueno, ¿cuál es su
everyone. And tell us a bit about your organization that started in 2025. So to counter, we had a very interesting presentation about ITU,
hemos estado charlando vos y yo de esta tensión que hay
and this
entre
tension came out of the
las
national
plataformas
regulation
de
platforms
fronteras y regulaciones que exigen en fronteras.
and the regulations that do
La
have borders.
voz de Bruno Ramos, que estuvo
And the
justamente
presentation of Bruno Ramos was about this,
trabajando los regulatorios.
and
Precisamente ustedes trabajan para contrarrestar las propuestas estas de fair share en la región, que las plataformas
you have fair share, and for the digital platforms to pay operators, there is an attention that is permanent between these two types of models because of the use of the networks. In what part of the region is this debate more advanced,
los argumentos y qué es lo más convincente para los
and what is more convincing for regulators.
que lo veo medio como aspiracional.
And what I was telling Bruno is that I see this as aspirational, how we can resolve this or find a definitive exit, because this affects people, the end users, safety, the services we had. And welcome to the school.
muchas gracias, Olga. Hola, Cristian. Y bueno, gracias a todos los que nos están acompañando.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, everyone that is with us. Thank you for being late. And I'm happy to be there with you and uh, happy with the work we're doing with uh, digital infrastructure. I would have loved to hear about Bruno and share his presentation. As Olga was saying, we were born in 2025 as a partnership, as a open internet, and the main focus was because of the regulatory initiative being managed, known in some sites as fair share, network Cs or network rates. And I want to start by emphasizing that this debate did not start in our region, and it was not something new that started these last years. It was a discussion that started in Europe over a decade ago, approximately 2012, 2013. when some telecommunication operators started to say that some hospital platforms should contribute financially to them to funding of the network, saying that it was the platforms those that generated internet traffic, and this is why they can need contribute more, those that generate traffic, because traffic is this discussion was done. We did analysis just as with other operators, and we did not see any evidence in the market that justifies that these types of initiatives that are artificial tolls, barriers to internet could move forward. Based in spite of this initiative that was in 2012, 2013, for several years, decades, this function did not move forward. But with the pandemic from 2019, this discussion gained force again because, as you know, confinement that all the people had to live in, of having to stay home, multiplied the use of BTC, streaming, online education, work, as well as digital services in general, and this forced us to use more digital services. And from there, the new proposals came up with different names. As I was saying in the beginning, some are called fair share, network fees, or fair contribution. And after these researches, the European Union, the debate came to Latin America, mostly in Brazil, where it was structured better, and then some initiatives came up, mainly in Colombia as well as in Peru and in other countries. And for me, it was important for what evidence found, and I think that Colombia is a very relevant part because the CDC, which is the regulator of communication in Colombia, did something more complex about the digital ecosystem, and discussions are particularly interesting because they come up from a technical analysis of functioning of internet. The first thing that CRC concludes is that internet functions as an ecosystem, and this is very important. There is an isolated incident. The operators, CDNs, data centers, as well as everyone that provides all types of services in the different layers of internet, as well as exchange points, form a part of one same value chain. And one of the most important conclusions of the study is precisely that there is a relationship that the CRC itself described as a symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit between operators that provide digital services and also users. And why? Because digital services need networks to reach the users, because also users connect connectivity and data to access content, apps, and digital services that are used. No one is connected to the internet just for the fact of being connected, because we need a use and for connectivity to be significant. Also, CRC also highlighted an important a relevant element that the platforms and digital services also invest a lot in digital infrastructure. They invest, for example, in data centers, CDNs, and submarine cables, and storage, and cache storage, and other technologies that bring content user to you for to users.
Because of this, when you see the international evidence, the solid argument in the face of regulators is that there is no clear evidence of a failure in the market that justifies impose obligatory payments or artificial barriers to benefit one of the actors in the net over others, because in regulation you do not intervene just because you want to. A regulator intervenes when there is a problem that has been proven. So not in Europe or in Latin America, it has not been shown that impose obligatory or mandatory fees to determine actors on the value net of the internet would benefit others. So what could happen if these fees are approved, or these network tariffs? It will in the cost to operate internet would increase. There will be a lack of incentive for innovation, especially for smaller actors that do not have financial capacity. Third, it would create a entering barriers for new digital services, and it would end up impacting the final user. And this was already seen in South Korea, which is the only country in the world that took similar measures, and some time has passed, and we can evaluate the impact of this measure. And what happened is that investment was affected, innovation and competitivity was affected. So it is our position that we need to develop more this interdependency and this symbiotic relation that benefits the whole chain. And we need strong operators and sustainable investments in infrastructure and collaborative work between the different actors in the digital ecosystem so that we can provide the better services and that the users have the best experience. So in this regard, without any doubt, we need more investments, and in the long term, we have we need more investments, and we need this will feed the competitivity, the efficiency, and the better use of these funds at the universal sense. So we need regulations that are simplified, that infrastructure is shared, and that we can avoid artificial barriers. It is interesting what you propose. I want to ask now to Christian, is there a tension between the national regulations, what the governments can't understand or that they can do? I have worked for many years inside the government. I had been a secretary and director of cybersecurity, and sometimes within the government management, you don't achieve what you want. There are a lot of tension and structures in the states. So how can an institution so important like IEEE can create a link between the market that evolves so rapidly, the technologies, and the needs of the government? For example, this event, the CONCAPAN that you mentioned, or do you have a close relationship with the governments and the regulatory authorities? Well, the intention to have this approach has always existed. You set norms and standards, what IEEE represent. Nevertheless, it is quite complex to come and implement based on norms and standards. An example is 6G. We are talking about IEEE with 6G, and in CONCAPAN, we're going to have a workshop in 6G. We had a workshop in 5G in 2019, but the technology advances faster than the regulatory part. As Bruno said, to have fast regulation or to regulate afterwards is complicated. And we're always bringing these technological events. When we organize them, we work together with chambers of commerce, chambers of industry, with the academia, with all the universities. Like this event in Central America, we'll have the presence of all the universities in Central America. And that helps us that the professionals of the region have a standardized knowledge, and that is very positive to provide the private sector with qualified professionals so that their engineers can implement with greater ease this they can deploy this new generation networks and this infrastructure. So in addition to having the academia, researchers in the chambers, we also want to we will invite the professional colleges, because they also regulate the way that the professionals work. So so when we are thinking about approving an initiative or a bill of law, then the persons that have had access or knowledge of these norms and these standards, we can if have a forum, a work table, so that we can work on these standards and norms. Well, it's not a topic of the panel, but what is 6G? Because this is not this is panel is not about this, but what is 6G since you mentioned it? So at the end, is this the connectivity? Is what we're aiming for? The speed and the in including new services, and now with cloud computing, it's all about computing. So 6G is getting the networks closer to the users, so that latency in 5G is low, but in 6G it will have to be close to real time, because the autonomous vehicles, like Bruno said, and the drones, all the connectivity part will be necessary with more services, and also the cybersecurity. So all this 6G technology, I know that we still haven't matured with 5G, and we're starting to take steps, and we're already listening about 6G, but this is the part of research that as engineers we have to be prepared, because when we take that step we can take it faster. And when it regulate it, we can also help. And this will be for for the benefit of the user and for the benefit of the social part too. Well, Mercedes, thinking about such a diverse and big region like ours, and that has areas that are not profitable, and well, if the company does not earn money, it closes and people are laid off and people are left without services. So this is part of what the important part about standards and dignified work, but thinking about areas that are rural and also non-rural, but that they are not profitable. How the organization can defend a neutral internet, an open and resilient internet, so that they can deploy services in areas that are not
Muchas gracias por
profitable.
la
Thank
pregunta
you for the
bien
question. It is
interesante
very
en realidad.
interesting what you
Pero
are
yo
saying.
quiero salir a la
But
pregunta.
I
Yo creo
want to
que
be clear.
no hay
There are
una contradicción
there's
entre
no
defender la
contradiction
neutralidad de
between
red y
defending
promover
the
el uso de
neutrality
conectividad.
of the network
A veces el
and
debate se
promote
centra en si la conectividad
connectivity
es una incapacidad
investment.
de la o una
Sometimes the
solución para ello.
debate that
Pero
comes
una
up
falta de
is
una
like
falta
you
de
had
control
to
en el uso de la
select to
misma.
elect
La
between an
neutralidad
open
de red
internet
protege a
and
los usuarios
investment in
y evita
networks.
que una
But
persona
it's,
bajo
from
sus
my
condiciones
point
de
of view, the
emergencia
neutrality
pueda
of
acceder
the
a
internet
contenidos,
protects the user.
aplicaciones y
It
servicios
means that a
digitales
person that pays for its
eficaz y
connection
mayor
to internet can
integración
access its contents,
integrada
apps,
y
and digital
internacionalizada.
service. And
Eso
this
no
should
implica
happen without
eliminar
any
la
barriers.
posibilidad
That
para la
does not
globalización,
mean that
porque eso
there
impide que se
are
use el uso de
no
la red
public
principal
policies to
para
promote
promover
investment,
la capacidad
but
de los
we
estados
have to
intervenidos a través de
control.
los servicios digitales.
What we
Entonces,
should avoid
esa
is to
política
control the
lo que
net
no es
to
irresponsable una
uh,
ingeniería de red para beneficiar a
discourage
usuarios.
investment.
Desde mi
The
punto de vista,
question is
la única
not
respuesta sería
if we have to
evidentemente
abandon
permitir
the
que lo haga con seguridad
network to
zonas
connect more persons. But in my
donde el
point of view,
mercado por
the
sí solo
real
genera
question is what
una
instruments
descentralización.
allow the connectivity to
Y eso
zones where the
también es
market by
descentralización,
itself
porque
does not
cómo los
reach
servicios
them
están bien
or not
diseñados,
reach them with enough
la
quality. And
neutralidad
the
muchas
truth
veces
is that
por
there are many available tools.
diputados
In Latin
diputados
America,
o
sometimes
diputados
we have
provenientes de
uh,
izquierdas o la derecha,
funds
que
that
por
we do
lo visto
not
resultaron mejor
use,
en
or
sanidad,
that are
en emisión de impacto,
not well
en
used.
equidad o en
And
seguridad
so
vital.
we need to
El gobierno, por
really
ejemplo,
have more
contribuciones económicas a
transparency in the investments. So, for example, when we assign a spectrum, the state can establish, commitments on the coverage on the schools or small communities in rural areas. Second, third, regulatory simplification in many countries to deploy infrastructure is harder. For example, slow permits from the municipalities, or a high local cost, or restrictions to install antennas, or difficulties to access certain ducts or buildings. So the problem is not a lack of will to invest, but too many barriers to deploy the technology. And in fourth place, we have to share infrastructure in zones of low rentability, profitability. There's no sense that each operator replicates all the infrastructure. So sharing towers, sharing a fiber or mobile or microwaves or satellites or community Wi-Fi's, the important thing is that the public policy is neutral for that technology wise, and so that at the end we connect people better. And in sixth place, a multi-stakeholder collaboration with public-private alliances, and we have the participation of companies that are experts in digital infrastructure, or cloud providers, CDNP, or local government. So when we talk about incentives, we have to consider the whole digital ecosystem. And I want to go back to the study of the CRC in Colombia, which showed it very well. Internet is not a linear relationship with a operator and a platform. It's a ecosystem with multi-layers, with access data, interconnection, IPs, data centers, CDN, clouds, apps, contents, and users. If one layer is affected, the whole ecosystem is affected. So when we want to promote investment, should we charge to the platforms or that provide digital service, like a mandatory fee to the platforms, do not guarantee that the money will be invested in rural zones, or doesn't guarantee that it will be invested in schools, hospitals, or small communities. And the country can have very negative effects, like lower innovation, and barriers for new services, and it can affect the neutrality of the net, because it introduces a logic where certain contents or apps will have a fee, and that affects the open architecture of the internet. Neutrality does not mean that all the packages have to be technically identical, but there has to be technical reasons, like congestion, safety, the integrity, but it should not be based on discrimination, because the legitimate need for investment can be an excuse to impose fees or artificial barriers. So, in summary, the neutrality of the net protects the freedom of selection, of choice of the user, and the policy of connectivity must resolve the gap between access, and both have to coexist perfectly well if we have adequate instruments. But in Latin America, we need that this connectivity be open, accessible, safe, and useful. It's not enough to connect. We have to connect so a person can study, can have a business, access health, participate in public life, and that the digital services can be used to close this gap and guaranteeing the neutrality. And we cannot impose artificial barriers that only affect open internet, which ends up affecting the productivity and the competitivity of our countries. Yeah, it's very clear, and I have a couple of questions. We have a couple of minutes for questions. I have a couple of more questions for Christian. And I see the room very quiet. There are schools that everybody asks. This one is a little quiet. Are there any questions in the chat, in the Zoom? I have one last question or reflection for both of you. It seems to be certain pillars for all this construction. First, I have to have infrastructure. If I don't have infrastructure and I don't have connectivity, if I don't have connectivity, I don't have services. So the regulation in this tension between frontiers and services that do not have frontiers, financing, especially in areas that are not so profitable, and of course, how hard it is to have enough talent for management. That is important. For example, you were talking about events, capacity building. If you had to choose which is the pillar or the bottleneck that is more complex in our region. I think Mercedes mentioned it, and also Christian. We need to have accessible service, useful and safe services for the user. What do you think is the bottleneck in our region? Or they might be more than one. How do you see this? Let's start with Christian. I'm sorry, Mercedes. I think that for me is human talent. We have to focus on human talent to be able to disentangle the others. Right now, engineering has opened a world of opportunities. Net architects, data scientists, experts in cybersecurity, in a universe of opportunities where we could apply in the work arena. What do we need for those persons that are going to access these opportunities? Well, they have to have the knowledge and they have to be focused in updating themselves, because the technology now, we're now talking about 6G and we're walking with 5G. So we are talking about drones that are going to help health services, logistics services, to help a distribution of products. And we will have to focus on and cybersecurity, because we this have suffered this year. I think all the universities had cyber attacks. Many institutions of the government had cyber attacks. So we need that all the persons that work in this world take these update steps. All the careers now need to move and being constant in knowledge. But if we keep ourselves updated, we will be able to provide the necessary infrastructure. So all that comes ahead, we will be updated and we can make business cases profitable for the companies, for the businesses. If we are ourselves, if ourselves are updated, we can make the norms and regulation advance faster. Thank you, Christian. Mercedes, do you have any comment on my question that was a little open, but I would like your opinion. I share what Christian says. The cybersecurity is key because of the trust. We need that people not only use the service and know how to use them, but also trust the services. That is a key for the development of the digital ecosystem. But if we look at the last reports, the ITU, we have increased in connectivity in the 90s. The connectivity was less than 1% of a population connected. Now, three-fourths of 25%. 75% of the population is connected, and when we check why those have not connected, the main barrier is the usability. Well, what does it imply? There are no reasons to use it. So we need to promote more digital services, apps that address the needs of the persons, and so that the connectivity really promotes use. And second is that the people that do not use connectivity is the absence of competencies in those areas. And there's always the challenge of the education. And I think that with technology, we always need to face the challenge of train the people, for example, persons that have SMEs, and we need that this people, that 95% of the people that have businesses can use these tools and can leverage the benefits of this technology. So this would allow them, also this includes AI, and so this will allow them to be more competitive, more productive, more efficient, and more sustainable. And in third place, we have cyber accessibility. So we have to, the key is to work on the usability, and we need to create the digital competencies so that the experience of the user is better and better, and that there are no more gaps, or we can reduce the gaps, and so that the persons can access this digital world and understand the benefits. Wilfred, who is a virtual fellow from Guatemala, he says, what is connectivity use? How is connectivity useful if the connectivity is not good enough, or the broad the broadbands are not enough? So how can I balance this need with the user? It's a good question. I'm going to answer you as a local person. That regulation currently, as a country, we have several providers of services, but there's not one that is regulated. If you have a complaint, who is going to guarantee that you receive what you're paying for? So I think that here, the regulatory part, there is an agency here that receives all the complaints of the users. But how can you analyze that complaint? If you pay, you expect the service that you were offered. So how am I going to validate it? So that is still a gray area. Mercedes, any comment on that?
A ver, yo creo que este es un
I
desafío
think this is a
igual
challenge, of course.
el pájaro cuando uno
Sometimes
suena tan
we
remoto,
are in
¿verdad?
remote areas,
Pero
so there is coverage, but not enough to use all these digital services. So as part of the challenges that we face, we have to have a mapping to understand who are those zones that need coverage, that we are not reaching them with enough quality. And I think that the complement of technologies, and that we can have better collaboration between the different actors, and innovation and technology development is required to assure the quality of services. An applause for our panelists, please. Thank you, Mercedes. It was a pleasure to see you virtually. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, and good luck with the event that you're organizing. And we're gonna go to the coffee break at 11:30 sharp, because we have a presentation on low orbit satellites from Amazon. It's going to be in English, so those who need translation, please be sure you have your transmitters, your translation devices. Ay, esa chava sí que habló rapidísimo.
Hablaba rapidito.
A la pucha, no lo podía entender, la verdad. Estuve leyendo los captions.
Sí, eso ayuda.
Pero no me hacían mucho sentido a mí misma, y entonces no me gusta cuando estoy traduciendo y no me estoy entendiendo.
Ajá.
Solo firma y dale.
Ah, ya me llenaste.
Margarita
Ay,
ya,
ya, sí,
Margarita
solo
ya le
tu
pone
edad.
los datos. Ya le puso casada y todo.
Ya me busco novio, ya me busco esposo. ¿Este es tuyo, creo?
El lapicero porque es de ella.
Yo cuando hablan así de rápido, cuando ellas mismas no se entienden.
Ajá. Ok.
Entonces ahora sí va a ser al español.
Ajá.
Pero esta presentadora es en línea, ¿verdad?
¿Es qué?
Creo que esta presentadora creo que está en línea.
Ah,
Está por Zoom, no está en persona.
la siguiente ponencia.
Sí, porque ella va a hablar sobre no sé qué de Amazon. Satélites de órbita baja. ¿Cómo se dice?
Low orbit satellites.
Low orbit satellites. Y este es alguien que trabaja en Amazon, creo.
Qué nice. Voy a salir a hacer una llamada ahorita, vengo.
Uh, For those that are punctual, we'll start now. We're going to have a presentation on low orbit satellites. There are many projects of low orbit satellites. Some are already working. The better known is Starlink, but Amazon has a constellation of low orbit satellites to provide services with low orbit satellites. You need a lot of satellites, especially there are services of communication. Some of these low orbit satellites, they are used to take photos for a ground or soil analysis, but for communications you need many of them to cover all the planet. And we're going to give the floor to Catherine Hickley. She is the principal of connectivity policy in Amazon. Catherine, buenos días. Catherine, gracias por estar con nosotras. Tú vas a hablar en inglés, ¿es correcto? Olga, I am here. I'm asking you if you're going to speak in Spanish or English. She's going to talk in Spanish. Very well. Applause. the audience thanks you to speak in Spanish. She is the principal of connectivity policy from Amazon Public Policy. She speaks Spanish, but I understand that you live in the United States and you are going to give us a presentation on low orbit satellites. I was ready for you speaking in English, but thank you for being here with us, and also thanks for Amazon. And I know that your time is valuable and that your agenda is busy, but we thank you very much. If you can share, I would rather have you share the presentation. So please share Catherine's presentation, or apparently they don't have it here, so we'll ask you to share your screen. Okay, give me a second so that I can share my screen with all of you. Thank you, Olga, for the invitation, for giving us this space to talk about Amazon. I am part of a public policy group of Amazon based on Washington, and I focus on connectivity topics related specifically with our constellation Amazon Leo. I would have loved to be with you all in Antigua, but nevertheless, I am happy for this opportunity. I have divided my presentation in 4 parts. The more extensive will be on Amazon Leo. because I don't know if everybody understands or knows how the constellation started and where we are today. And then I'm going to talk a little about a study that we have commissioned that shows the economic benefits of satellite connectivity. And then I'm going to talk about regulatory frameworks of public policies that facilitate the deployment of these systems. And finally, I'm going to talk about a topic of important for Amazon Leo and also important to the industry with relation to the rules in ITU. What is Amazon Leo? Probably you have heard Amazon Kuiper, which we used it initially when we started the program. But now that we are more advanced, we have more than 300 satellites in orbit, and we will provide commercial service. We now are a commercial name will be Amazon Leo. Even though we have changed the name, our mission has not changed. Amazon Leo is a constellation of more than 3,000 satellites in low orbit, which will provide services to dozens of millions of clients that have been underserved and have insufficient services around the world. Thanks to our low orbit satellites and antenna, we have a high technology. We will offer services similar to optic fiber of high speed, high capacity, and low latency. The same guiding principles of Amazon. I'm going to focus on two of the more important ones. First, what comes first? So, satisfy the needs of connectivity of the underserved clients or insufficiently served. That is the most important thing for us. And for this, we want to cooperate with governments, with companies, with organizations like the South School that share our vision of a world that is more connected. Second, we want that our services be accessible. We want to for a bandwidth that is accessible, of low cost, which has been one of the barriers with satellite service because the equipment was very expensive. So we have done many innovations to lower costs and they can be easily accessible or more easily accessible. And of course, we want it to be trustworthy, reliable, and we took very seriously our responsibility of sustainability. And you hear a lot about this when you talk about low orbit systems. There's a lot of misinformation that the orbits are full and that there's going to be a lot of spatial trash. And we have experts that focus that when the satellites shelf life ends when they disintegrate, and that I'm going to talk about it, and it's very important to emphasize it. We have 3 teams, commercial teams, focused on different consumers, different clients, companies, and governments, and we offer personalized solutions for each sector. As Amazon, we have several advantages that will allow us to offer a differentiated and high quality product. We're experts in logistics. We have many devices like Kindle and digital services like Amazon Prime Video and global networks and cloud services like AWS, which will allow us to offer high quality service to our clients. We will provide connectivity to households, small companies, and also will collaborate with partners for example, Latin America and South America. We have a partnership with DirecTV, which will be our distributor in South America. Also, we'll offer specialized connectivity to large companies with high needs of connectivity. This includes companies that are dedicated to agriculture, but also energy and transport. Companies will offer fixed and mobile connectivity for ships, airplanes, and ground vehicles. And we will offer services to operators of mobile networks, and this is very important because it will allow them to expand their coverage to rural areas. And we are also some examples we have partnerships with Verizon in the United States and also with AT&T. And we have a team that dedicates to services for governments focused on their needs, for example, response to emergencies, health care, and subsidy programs for connectivity and also for defense. I talked that we have innovated with our final clients. We have 3 terminals. The smaller ones is nano, and it's the size of a Kindle. The lighter and smaller one, Leo Pro, which will be the more used for households, for small businesses, and it is the size of a small laptop, but designed to have a descendant chain of 400 megabytes, and Leo Ultra, which will be for companies or for airplanes that need a high capacity, and Leo Ultra, for example, for mobile networks that want to expand their net to 1 giga. In addition to our satellites and the terminal equipments, we also have our gateway stations that we're deploying around the world. We started with 400, and like you see in the photo, it is an arrangement of antennas that look up to the satellites and connect us via fiber to internet. So these are the 3 components of our services, and it's throughout the world we are deploying this infrastructure and also doing all the regulatory work to obtain the licenses and to deliver the services. But before all, we have to put the satellites in orbit. Last year we started a campaign of launching the satellites. We have 80 launches signed with several providers. We have with SpaceX and with United Launch Alliance and with Origin, with Ariane bus in the French Guiana. And to date, we have had 12 launchings for a total of 330. I don't have the date for our next launch, but I'm seeing that we will have another launch with United Launch Alliance. And with the orbit satellites that were already in orbit, we have carried out trials with good performance, and the large equipment that is called Ultra, that we have carried out a trial, and we are above speeds of 1.2 megabytes per second. The safety in the feasibility that I mentioned in space. We have to remind that we are investing a lot of money in this system, so we are the more interested ones in taking care of the space, because we cannot be launching satellites under conditions that would deteriorate the system itself. So that is a very large focus for us internally, and maybe you have heard us talk in different forums about it. I'm getting a lot of notifications. I don't know how to set them off. Well, the design and the trustworthiness, we first carry out exhaustive trials in the Earth before the launching and even before they arrive to their final orbit. So all these operations to launch them, we take the responsibility of the disorbitation and disintegration with the same seriousness. A disorbitation active pulse of active disorbitation will last less than 1 year, and we select orbits from the beginning to guarantee that even if the system of propulsion or of launching fails, the spatial the we are starting to plan our trials. And an important thing is that we are 56 north and 56 south towards the equator. So not all the geographies will be available immediately, but in this year we will start soon with the trials and then with a commercial service. Talking about the economic benefits of satellite connectivity LEO. Really, the arrival of the LEO satellites is a very important change in terms of a broad width connectivity because of their low latency, because they are closer to the Earth, because the equipment is cheaper, less expensive. So we have worked with the academia in Oxford Economics to implement a study on the global value of the broad width LEO satellites and others like Starlink and OneWeb, those that are already in operation. And the study has revealed basically it models three scenarios: incremental, which those that do not have any service start obtaining LEO service; intermediate, someone that has not enough services, for example, to do online consultations, medical consultations, or to study online; and then transformational, which means there is a wide adoption of the LEO services. And the conditions revealed that under the correct conditions, the more wide adoption can generate significant economic benefits by means of improvement in productivity, supporting digital inclusion, and helping more people and more businesses to participate in the digital economy. For example, there is a global study that for the Latin American region that estimates an economic growth for the region of $22,000 million by 2035 and support more than 900,000 jobs indirectly. So now we can place numbers in this type of innovation. And in addition to the global study, we have also requested an extension of the same methodology for Latin America. Unfortunately, I do not have the data today with me, but I can send you a copy. If you have interest, I can send you a copy of the study that is focused on 10 countries of the region to complement the information that came out of this Oxford study. And I also can give you the link. I forgot to put it in the presentation. So, talking about the public policies that support the deployment of this type of services, we are already seeing a consensus from different regional groups that have studied the best practices to guarantee that you can introduce these new technologies. We have studies, for example, from APEC, from the opportunities of LEO satellites, also from the Development Bank of Asia, and last year CITEL conducted a technical notebook. It has another name, but it is a technical document that details all the practices that are important. For example, that licensing be clear and flexible, because many countries did not have a framework of no geo, only geostations. So that is important important that there are no requirement for local infrastructure, because even though we're installing gateways around the world, it is not because it is an obligation. It's because this is the best way to deliver the service. So to impose restrictions or to require this by countries is not necessary. And we also the availability of the spectrum is this is fundamental, and also licensing of the user antennas, that it be the easiest and less expensive possible, less onerous. And this is a review. This is what came out of these documents. And but these are the public policies that we foster, that we promote, that there is no specific license required for the satellite, but for the service that is going to be delivered, and that you can take into consideration that one of the innovations it also exists in GEO, but for LEO the ground mobile stations are necessary, for example, for apps in airplanes or ships, because they need antennas that are move around. And we also need flexibility in the model of service. Sometimes Amazon will go directly, like Amazon, to offer the service, but in other cases, like I mentioned, like DirecTV, we will have a distributor. So it is important that the frameworks consider this, and that we can avoid entry barriers. Unfortunately, in Latin America, for a while, we do not have restrictions on foreign investment, but it does exist in other parts of the world. It is important that we do not duplicate homologation or certifications of the equipment, because that increases the cost, and that all the cost that has to do with the spectrum is based on the return of the investment. And finally, access to the spectrum. Amazon LEO functions entirely in band K, and we also have plans for bands Q and B, but this will be in the future. And the topic that I wanted to mention is a little technical, but it is important to start to understand what is the problem, because it has been controversial. As satellites, non-geostationary, of low orbit, we have to comply with a limit of potency that all satellites emit to protect the satellites. Geostationed satellites. These are the limits that were established more than 25 years ago, when the first systems at low orbit that never came to fruition but were planned. And based on these characteristics, at that point in time, there were limits of potency. And what studies have shown is that the new satellites are different, and there are a lot of margin where they can increase their potency without affecting the geostationed satellites. And why is this important? Because this results in a more efficient use of the spectrum. I can launch fewer satellites for the same kind of coverage. At this point, there are satellites like 30% that we cannot use because of these limits that were imposed so long ago. So all this, from the public policy point of view and regulation point of view, we're talking with the authorities around the world and colleagues and other groups to create awareness that this is a technical barrier that is limiting the possibility to connect those that are not connected, and is also increasing cost and producing delays to reach these populations. So I wanted to mention this. Obviously, it is something very specific, and maybe it's not your interest, but because it is so important for the industry, I wanted to share it. And with those are all my slides. I'm very happy to answer any questions, or try to answer the questions. If I don't have the answer handy, I can follow up with you. And thank you again for this opportunity. Now, applause from the audience. Very interesting, Catherine. I have several questions. questions, and probably from the group too. Thinking about the nano terminal. Can I use it indoors in my house, or do it just have to have a view line with a satellite? Yes, they have to be in the line of view of the satellite. Very interesting, the study that you mentioned of the market, not only for you, but all the satellite of all the low satellite market, like you mentioned. It will be very important to connect areas that nowadays are not connected. That is a gap difficult to cover with the traditional connectivity. It's extremely difficult to install fiber in certain rural areas or those that have complex geographies. And maybe I will send you an email so you can send me the link. There are many people that work with regulators. So what you commented on the novelties and regulation, I also thought that was very interesting. Any questions from the audience? There are two hands raised, so if someone can help me with the microphone. Good morning. My name is Giovanni. I am from Brazil. I have a questions. The Leo's constellation satellite constellations have the potential for global connectivity, even for apps that are critical for health. In the south, telemedicine and epi surveillance, in the response system for emergencies. But nevertheless, when the connectivity depends on private infrastructures with transnational coverage, uh, these digital sovereignty and the internet governance and the control of health data that are very sensitive. How do you perceive Amazon's role in that scenario? What governance mechanisms do you consider essential for the people so that the expansion of the LEO networks reduce inequalities in health but without compromising the autonomy? Thank you for the question. I do not have. I cannot give you details on how we're going to help. I'm looking at my notes. So one of the rector principles of Amazon's is the responsibility. So we design all our systems to protect the safety and privacy of our clients from individual households as large companies and government clients. And that will be true for Amazon Leo. So as we design the solutions, for example, for telemedicine, it is very important, very relevant. So if you want to send me an email, I can refer you to the experts that are in charge on the topics of compliance that we have as operators of telecommunications and satellites. Thank you, Catherine. I think there is another question. Oh, there's several questions. When you have no more time, let me know. There's a couple of questions, but if you have to leave us, just let me know. Well, I'm Guillermo de Leon from Guatemala. I thought it was very interesting, all your presentation. And I have a question. Obviously, as more participants in the technological offer or supply, there will be expectation of more and better services. So have you thought to enter the market in Guatemala? Have you consider Guatemala in your market plan, and how would this happen? I can say that around the world, As I said, we are obtaining the licenses, but we have a whole commercial team that are creating roadmaps to decide how we're going to enter into each country. I cannot give you specific details. For Guatemala, we have not announced if it's going to be directly or through a partner, but that will be clarifying next year as we populate the constellation. I hope that that answers your question. And one last question. Jorge Villalobos, from you showed us that there is a descendant speed, uh, and I want to ask you, what about the other way? And I know that there is collaboration, but also competence. So, and also in the delays. Yeah, it's a good questions, and I was precisely reviewing before the presentation if we had published what will be the ascending chain, because it was not in the slide. But I think that it is something that we are not making. We're not coming public with it. I don't think that I'm answering any of the questions that you're asking me, but this is something that if you want to contact me directly, privately, I can get you that information. And it is my understanding that we're doing well in terms of the competence and in regard to our latency. Okay, Catherine, thank you very much. An applause for Catherine, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. It's such an interesting presentation. I hope to meet you in person soon. Likewise, Olga, good afternoon. Very interesting. I really liked that graph on the geostation satellites and those of low orbit. We have a panel now. We're doing so well with time. I love punctuality. My favorite photographers, where are you? We need a group photo because we have a large group and they're all beautiful people. So at noon, when we break for lunch, we're going to take a photo. Anybody with a camera, please help us with the group photo. So when we break for lunch, I don't think that after lunch, because people leave after lunch. So before lunch, there's Fede and the other photographer there. If you if you look to the back, you can see our two photographers, and we'll have a photo before lunch. And so we're gonna have the photo in the lawn, by the fountain. So you just follow me and Adrian, and
Piscina.
so I'm sorry. We're gonna take the photo in the lawn by the pool, in the swimming pool. Well, and we're going on to our next panel. We have two participants in person and two persons participating by the Zoom.
Guerrero.
Stephen has been a fellow from the school, and also we share very interesting activities organized by UNAM. What's the name? Permanent Dialogue, Permanent Seminar for Governance of Global Governance and Artificial Intelligence. We share with him activities that UNAM has invited us for. He's going to be in a panel tomorrow. He invited us, and Stephen has been a fellow for the school. It's the third one, and last year in Mexico. So welcome. And he has been kind enough to accept moderating this panel. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in the second day of this very interesting information we have. We're going to give the floor to Alexander with us. Alexander Valencia is the country manager of IFX Networks Guatemala, and he's going to be talking about a lot more about this subject. Go ahead, Alexander. If you want, you can sit over there. I don't know if we already have our other presenters online. Please confirm.
Hola.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. So we have, I'm going to present Marilena Mendez, the Secretary General of CIET. CIET is the Inter-American Association for Telecommunication Companies. And we also have here, virtually, we have Mr. Gerardo Recenti, Manager of Land Operations of ARSAT in Argentina. I want to start the panel with a bit of contextualization. We have to we have the data for ECLAC together with OECD and also UNDP that tell us that in 2022, 63% of the households of the region had access to internet. If we compare this in relationship to the countries that belong to the Organization for Development, tell us that we are in a relationship of 67 to 91. We find a gap with what our region represents and what these countries of developed groups are, group of developed countries that are, of which we have some in our region, but beyond that, which is one of the subjects we've been discussing, we also have a gap that is marked that has to do with urban households and rural households. So in this sense, we have 74.8 of urban households connected with a 35.8 of rural households. And well, here we have the question that we've been discussing these days to see how it's not just about how to be connected, but also how we connect better, how we connect with more quality and provide accessibility for these people, and how we provide resiliency and capacity to sustain the digital economy. I work in a cluster of innovation in rural areas, and for us, it's just the mapping of dark zones is a challenge. We need to find data to identify these people that are not connected. And with infrastructure, they tell us these are connected, but we also reply with the question connected for what? Because they're connected, but they have the capacity with connectivity to study. Do they have the capacity to start a business or create a startup? So from there, we expand the conversation. Gerardo Resenti over here in ARSAT, he gives us and a valuable experience from a technical point of view because what he's doing and talks about that this process of connectivity is not necessarily done from an optical fiber network but also from a combination of terrestrial infrastructure, satellite capabilities, as I was saying, and digital services. Sometimes there are remote connectivity gaps that I'm sure this is something that he can expand and is not resolved with a gap in technology but hybrid infrastructures, and we need coordination as we've been discussing, and I want for Gerardo to expand with his experience what he thinks in terms of technical terms about this combination, about these spaces, satellites, data centers, fibers, so that this connectivity reaches the diverse territories and with different needs, as we were discussing. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to participate as I was providing the introduction today. The combination of technologies is strategic. I'm going to talk a bit about Arsat for those that don't know them. It's an Argentinian company, it's an SA, but company, but with funds of the state. It has an optical fiber cable of 36,000 kilometers. That we have 1,200 nodes and 5,400 are lit up for those that don't know it. To get an idea, it's a country of approximately 3,700 by 1,400 linear kilometers. It's very big, yes. And these goes from the north to uh, Tierra del Fuego, that you all know, and from east to west, covering the capillarity and the ring closer. It has a tolerance of failures in almost all the country. And something important is that we have a data center of approximately 4,300 square meters. Of those, 2,900 are operative in 4 rooms, and we have a chest of 150 square meters, and we it comes out of national government service, as well as from private enterprises, as well as a network. And we have 2 satellites with a couple of years occupying an orbital position, and very important, 81%, and the third satellite in development. And regarding the challenge of inclusion of arrival and connectivity that our presenter mentioned, there's something I want to mention or talk about, and I want to talk about. We're not just thinking about inclusion in the inclusion gap, but in the quality gap. Because why? Why do I make this distinction? Because permanently we need to work on the capabilities of the networks for the demand that all the new services that show up generate. And sometimes you can get there, but you can get there with a quality that is not enough for the people. And especially when we talk about inclusion, to have access to all the services that technology is deploying every day. So we don't just like to talk about connectivity gap, but quality. Sorry, and it's the one that complements the previous one. So, I want to clarify something important. The optical fiber network that I'm in charge of is we get to the people and capillarity by customers. We don't get to capillarities. We are a stump and a central station and capillarity, and we get through our customers that are suppliers of internet or provincial companies of tech and cooperatives that reach households through the connection with the new ones. So thank you for the context. I would like for you to expand a bit about this technical perspective. What lessons learned does this integration process leave that you need as a core need to work with other providers that need to bring the rest of the mile in this context? And how do you do this when profitability is not enough in this process, if the state needs to subsidize? Or how can we learn from this process that you have? From a technical, not political point of view, because that's not my role. There are barriers of all sorts when you're thinking about arriving and having barriers, technical barriers. Like as I was talking about before, that is called the last mile in jargon, and that the node gets to the boat, that the nucleus gets to the cities, people, and companies, mining companies, or studies, field studies, or something like that. And what is the relationship of the cost to connect and throw a fiber optic in the area? And in small towns, there's 5,000 to 20,000 citizens, and things change there. In that regard, the state in Argentina, there's ENACOM, that is the regulator that has done a good management, good work, and we have something called Universal Service Fund, which is 1% of all invoices or bills of cell phone bills goes to this fund to mitigate these deficiencies in what they do in the cost of capex to the return of investment. So this FCU funds projects that allow us to go get through internet to these towns, but sometimes the barriers are just amount of people, but sometimes they're geographical. In the geographic dispersion and type of topography that I was talking about, in Argentina we have deserts, flatlands, rainforests, mountains, areas that flood, and this causes a complexity in maintenance. We have sector the country in regions and teams prepared with equipment to prepare optical fibers, and teams sometimes travel 24 48 hours to get to a place where practically it's unreachable. Very well, and then the issue of energy dependence. Sometimes an energy outage or cutting creates a big faults in the network, and we need to have generators that we need to have with fuel, keep with fuel. And there are several things, and from the regulatory aspect, and there's complexity of the different regulations and dealing with the permits you have in the province, so that going to fiber is the majority of fiber is underground or aerial fiber, which is more difficult in the cities, but it's also difficult regarding tracing the routes. So we have an idea, especially on this subject, we need to be one step ahead of or mitigate, working as a team, not just from the company, but the regulating entity or with provincial companies. As I was saying today, to summarize, do a short summary, ARSAT was created when there was a nucleus that went to the provincial technology companies, and this tech company created the capillaries in the province. And there's a cooperative, electrical cooperatives that joined the internet businesses, private companies, IS internet service providers to give specific services to the final service. And the fiber to get to small places. And this is why we are facing right now a FWA project that is wireless by 5G. And if all goes well, it's going to be funded by this universal fund. We've done a proof of concept. And with this, we are going to people of 5,000, 20,000 citizens that either have a service just within the town or in lateral ranges the service doesn't get, and we would provide them 5G wireless internet to these populations. Very well, this sounds like good news, and it's clear that we're talking about an ecosystem of technologies, and we're talking about an exercise of a multi-stakeholder exercise where we need communication to get to this last mile. Let's expand what you were talking about. From ASIET, I think that you're looking at the region from the organization. Perhaps you can expand a bit more about what countries of sub-regions show this type of models that are promising not only in infrastructure, in financing, but the deployment of infrastructure, and what elections we can replicate with good practices in terms of more need and more urgency in Latin America. Thank you very much for the question. Greetings to all in the school, especially Olga and Adrian. Thank you for the invitation. It's always an honor to be here. It's been many years trying to support this school as a way to open this dialogue between the different parties and share the best practices. Thank you very much for your question. As a matter of fact, I would start by saying that countries in Latin America have moved forward at different speeds and in different practices for the development of connectivity. And as was already stated, there's still a digital gap that is important, especially regarding urban rural, although we've been improving in rural, and that way in the type of networks that these rural communities get to. We do have to say that the digital gap is a sort of moving target. What was a digital gap 5 years ago is no longer what we have today, what we have conceptualized the digital gap today. And it's not going to be the same one as 5 years ago. It's constantly in an environment where it's necessary to not just invest in network extension, but also invest in tech renewal and better quality towards the customers. Of course, telecom operators have tried to cover as much as possible. So the first best practice is to allow for telecom operators that are not just fixed mobile as well as satellites. So here we need to allow operators in a smart combination of technology to get as close to the user as possible in terms of these regions, rural areas. So this is a good first practice for this to happen. As was mentioned, there's still a lot of challenges for the development of infrastructure in the regions, in municipalities, in local governments. There's still a lot of friction for the development of infrastructure, although this is a subject that we've been dealing with for 25 years now. We still have this municipal friction that starts to say that there's still a lack of knowledge in local governments on the importance of connectivity for the development of the regions. For example, in Chile, we can talk about Chile that has over 2,000 million 2 billion in investment because of municipal permits. So this is where you say how important it is to incorporate in this dialogue the municipal sector or local government. In this regard, we have some best practices, as is the case of Brazil, Peru, Costa Rica, that lead regulatory frameworks of infrastructure development in the regions, adopting antenna laws or for the election of infrastructure with the This with the goal of incorporating regulatory models that are more agile, like positive silence, as the incorporation of duct infrastructure when we intervene on roads of the country. I think this is one of the main elements. Also, we mentioned what happens when the market can no longer continue. Without a doubt, when the cost equation of the companies doesn't allow us to continue with the coverage of certain areas. This has been addressed in different ways when we do this radio electrical spectrum bids. Instead of receiving financial resources from the operators, what we do is refer towards coverage obligations with this technology that will develop. And this makes it so that a big chunk of the cost of the spectrum become coverage towards rural areas. And the other area where we've done this development is in the application of universal service funds in those countries where or that have them, or even public direct investment from the budget of the state in the development of networks. We have examples that are very interesting, how we've been able to streamline these deployments. We have the case of Peru, where they've turned part of the payment of operations and obligations to develop infrastructure. So this has been very successful in Peru to cover populations in the Peruvian Andes of even less than 500 citizens. Even populations that just have 200 citizens have been able, through this cost convention, to develop in this region. With this, we can also point out another good example in Brazil, in the northern region of Brazil, where we are developing an optical fiber infrastructure of transportation about on the floors, on the beds of the rivers. And we find the effective possibility of bringing connectivity of transportation transportation of connectivity, and from there we will refer the entryways to each of these ground networks for each of the people. And we need to point out that the development of these subluvial networks were part of the obligations on the 5G bids in Brazil, and is developed by a consortium of operators that hire those that develop this network in the beds of the rivers. So there have been a lot of efforts that have been carried out, and I also think we've pointed out the possibility of having the participation of multiple parties. Why? Because it's the only way of making the closing of the gap effective. Because even though connectivity arrives, as you were pointing out, although we have connectivity, it's not enough to have connectivity. Connectivity is a necessary condition, but it's not enough for closing the digital gap, because we have seen that even with satellite constellations we have right now, we need to consider that the full territory is covered. The Latin American region is covered, and we have families in the capacity of acquiring these services. Once these services are acquired, do they have the capability of using them productively? Do we have the digital capabilities to do use? And are you sure of this connectivity? I think that each of these layers deserves a lot of attention, and also the need of understanding that this is a responsibility of multiple stakeholders, not just of the telecom industry, where it's over 90% of investments of the region, but also of the state and other stakeholders that work on the networks, so that we can all become responsible for connectivity that is inclusive, sustainable, and productive. Thank you very much, and I agree with you when you talk about the importance of you talk about this process. And there's a book, When Mayors Rule the World, and the thesis proposed on the impact when we involve local government, because they are the ones that have a more direct influence on the possibilities of communities to thrive and be affected, especially when we're talking about rural areas. So, regarding these recommendations you're providing and what you can see, it's so clear that we need to work very well, deeper in this subnational level to obtain these objectives beyond bringing the satellites. In this regard, there's another thing that I would love for us to discuss, and it's that precisely in Central America, Alexander, we have a density of submarine cables that is relatively low and a high dependence on these landing points when it corresponds to a region. Aside from this, we're classified as one of the Central American regions. Central America is regions that could potentially be more affected by climate change, and this talks about a subject of resilience. And so, how can you, Alexander, assess the resilience of the current infrastructure upon natural disasters or cable cutting, and what investments are more urgent to improve it when we talk directly about Guatemala and Central America?
Thank you, Stephen. We have to divide the presentation in two scenarios. First, the connectivity in all of Central America, and then rural connectivity. So for the connectivity in Central America, there are good news. It's particular for Guatemala. We have low submarine cables towards the United States, but internally the region continued to strengthen and created a connectivity network based in three nodes: Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Panama. And these are the three countries with more connectivity and easier exit towards the submarine exit, or towards the nodes in the United States. Countries like Honduras, El Salvador, they had a greater challenge. So what the private companies did was created a terrestrial interconnection with all the countries, so that if there was a damage or a severance of the fiber, or or interruption of the internet exit towards Guatemala, they could interconnect through other nodes. Yes, a higher investment, but will guarantee that we will continue to be interconnected. Fortunately, the private enterprise has done a huge investment, and I know firsthand of private companies that have implemented 45,000 kilometers of fiber interconnecting all Central America. So that is a good news, and it guarantees that we will be interconnected from Central America to the world. The topic of rural connectivity is another animal, because here we have to battle with accessibility to the communities that they allow us to enter and to connect them, and to lay down the fiber can cost $500, and and we have to look for submarine exits that can be feasible. Currently in Central America, there are 17 exits of submarine cable to the United States that protects us in the face of contingencies. The challenge is not how we exit, but how to connect the people that are in remote or rural areas, and that is where we have to seek the support of the private companies, of the mayors that you just mentioned, the governments, because without their support it would be impossible. There's a new trend that is satellite internet, which we just heard about it, and the technological gap changes every 5 years. We heard, I would dare to say that it changes every 3 years. 5 years ago, the gap was equipment and storage. 2 years ago, it was cybersecurity, and the gap today is to have availability of AI equipment for AI. But the connectivity in Central America has to be linked to a regional interconnection and a ground interconnection, and strengthening the 12 points that we have, and the three main nodes to be always interconnected. And lastly would be satellite connection. We just heard about the Amazon Leo. We have Starlink, and that's where we have to get support so that the region can be interconnected always. $5,000 to $37,000 is the variability of connectivity. And well, that is clear that we have to work with a ecosystemic exercise where there are different solutions from geostations, ground routes, wireless, and new operators like the low orbit satellites, specifically as we have seen in this context, and considering the great difference that can exist between one connectivity and another one, maybe Gerardo can, based on his experience, can expand on that complementarity. Which type of solution works better depending on the territory? We already talked about the territorial diversity that we have. So when we talk in general, what works better in regards to different territories and the density of the population and the latency needs? First, I want to get your attention back to the cities in it, it is very important. There has to be a rector or guiding plan, and that defines the architectures and the technologies, so we do not have a Babel Tower. And so, in regards to your question, up to the Leo constellation arrival, the unique satellite service that we had in Argentina was not the better price. Um, so we so it's not my area of expertise. There is so we have to think about the what for, what type of constellation I'm going to use. And why do I say this? Because at a certain point, when we're talking about the latency or video calls of a financial transaction system, I'm going to use the Leo constellations. Let's say I can use them perfectly, but we I can use geostationary services for the transmission of contents, for the television, for different questions where are not immediate and latency is not so relevant. Or as in that regard, I can have like a hybrid system. For some things, I use the satellite, like geo satellites, and for others, I use LEO satellites. For some things, I use geo satellites, and for others, LEO satellites. But let's not forget that the LEO constellations, their final purpose is commercial, and there have been important increases, let's say in South America, in the important monthly cost of this type of service. So, so there are situations in which the state cannot agree on certain type of services, or for a small SMA, uh, or a medium-sized company, a business that needs safe telecommunications. So talking about the digital sovereignty, if you need a geo satellite infrastructure, but for the security police, let's say for the security forces, they or for entities of the state that are strategic, you do not have enough with the Leo constellation. At least right now, but for connectivity solutions, depending on the final user, the final customer, like let's say at a household, but if for an ISP or for a cooperative that provides services, that combination that I was mentioning to use a low latency, and for the geo that do not have a demanding latency, you can combine. But obviously, the arrival of the constellations has changed the satellite market. but but they filled a void because there were no other solutions. So, so that's important to understand. I don't think that one does does not exclude the other one. There is a complementarity. There's depending on your needs, one can be useful in another environment, another one. So a hybrid is option is good. So to we can work with different technologies, but it is important not to end up in a Babel tower. So it is important for us as a region that to review this because we also have a fragmented regulation between countries, and that is a barrier for operators that have want to offer transporter services. And I would like to ask Mariliana what uh, advances we have in terms of regulatory harmonization and which continue to be a headache. We do not hear you, Marilian.
Ahora sí.
Ay, perdón, estaba hablando conmigo mismo.
I was talking with myself.
No, sí, yo también
In
creo que hay
that
que encontrar
regard, I want to point out
el uso de
that the telecommunications
telecomunicaciones
service
realmente
is a service that is
y eso viene
was born
de
very regulated.
cuando los
And
operadores de
this is because
telecomunicaciones
the
lograron ser monopolios.
telecommunications operators were
Pero
monopolies.
también los
And,
procesos
and then there was the
estos servicios se llegaron a
opening
mostrar
to the
efectivamente
competence
podía haber
and of the
competencia
services,
entre
and
los
it was
servicios
shown that there
y
could
por eso
be more
empieza
than one provider. There can
a
be
explotar el
competency,
monopolio.
and
El
that starts
problema
to
es
change the
el avance
regulation. The
tecnológico
problem
y
is
la
that the
regulación no van
technological advance and the
sincronizados.
regulation don't
Entonces
go
tenemos un
at the
entorno
same speed.
absolutamente
So we
convergente
have a
en las redes de
convergent
telecomunicaciones y
environment
esa
in the
normativa dejó
telecommunication networks, but a lot of
anclado
the
el
norms
principio de las
was
redes de
anchored in
telecomunicaciones
the
en
principle of
competencia
the
a las otras
telecommunication networks
novenas. Esto
in the
ya
90s. So
es un hecho.
that is a
Sin embargo,
reality. But nevertheless,
como
we have
pacientes
seen as
acostumbrados
how the
a
countries,
tener
regardless or
normas a
this
pesar de tener
or
normas
despite having
leyes
norms that
respaldadas,
are laws, but
a
that they
funcionar de una
are
forma
fragmented,
regular
to
interpretación de los
transition to a more
principios de ley
modern
y
regulation
hasta
via the
regulación,
interpretation of the
adaptación a la
principles of the law
Entonces,
and
ese es
trying
el
to
primer
keep
paso
up
que
with the
vamos a iniciar,
technological
la
change.
regulación
So
adecuada
that's
de
a
los
first step.
procedimientos
There was an
y
original
normas
sin. The
de los
regulation is
espacios
part of the
que
telecommunications
pasan
networks from their beginning,
finalizados.
but now it's a completely different world, but the regulation is still continues to be obsolete. So it's not only the challenge of improving regulatory frameworks in the countries, and not only the traditional economic regulation that comes from specialized regulators. In Guatemala is the SIT, and in what Costa Rica is the SUTEL, in Central America has CONATEL, Conatel in Honduras. Each country has their own regulatory body. And also we have the regulation of other actors, like we can mention the territorial regulation that is in the under the responsibility of the municipalities, and that refers to equipment, for example, or costumes, or topics linked to the safety of the networks, which is under responsibility of the ministries of the police, for example, of security. So there are a series of regulations that weigh on the nets, and we face now that we need them to adapt better to the technological reality of today, but also to allow to create in Latin America a region that has sufficient technological sovereignty and enough capacity to conduct these regional businesses. And it's true that the telecommunications companies have businesses in different countries, but each country is a world of its own, is a distinct world, and they have their own specific norms, and that harmonization is still lacks to improve, and we need to harmonize better. A successful example of harmonization is the use of the radio electric spectrum. This harmonization is divided by regions and coordinated by the ITU, and every 4 years they meet and they program the use of the radio electric spectrum. As the Americas, we have specific region where the use of the radio electric spectrum is uniform. Nevertheless, there's better practices, of better prices, and other countries where the cost of the spectrum weighs heavily on the finances of the operators and affects their capacity to expand networks to more users. So that is a clear example that harmonization does work, but we're still lacking a better more uniform regulations country to country. And there's an element that we have to bear in mind, and that is the role of international treaties in the regulation. Like some countries mentioned in the 90s, when there are reviews, like in 2009, 2010, when the free commerce agreements are signed, it is included in the treaties conditions that some of the regulations have to be cross-cutting. All the countries that subscribe the treaty in terms of telecommunications networks should be cross-cutting. And there's a fundamental element, because these regulations based on principles, it can extend to all the countries, seeking that regional businesses is easier, simpler, more feasible, and that the final objective, be to expand the telecommunications networks at the local levels. We can talk about the Central American case, or the Andean region, or the Andean community, where they already have a process of integration and a common discussion forum of telecommunication networks, and also the capacity to issue norms at the supranational level. So I think there's a lot of work ahead, but it is absolutely necessary that we expand the general principles of the regulation, where we can have, for example, incentives for investment, where we have clarity, well defined scopes, the scope or the reach of the regulations in the regions, for example, laws on antennas, and that we have general principles on topics like cybersecurity and adhesion to international standards. This is a work in progress. There's current conditions of markets point to the need to integrate as Latin Americans and to really have a Latin American digital transformation from Latin America and for Latin America, because our region has specific characteristics that have to be taken into consideration. So it is more like an invitation to join in this discussion and seek to harmonize our regulatory frameworks at all levels. That includes regulation of the digital topics, not only telecommunication networks. We have other infrastructures, and we have to harmonize them in order to reach a change that favors the livelihood of the inhabitants of Latin America. Mariana talks about a commercial perspective and the impact on businesses in terms of harmonization. But beyond that, the data centers and the cloud in general are more and more strategic in this business tissue to make businesses more efficient and faster. So what factors in terms of latency, energy, the legal framework that we have already mentioned, human talent and connectivity, how are they defining where the infrastructure is being installed in Central America? It could be in Guatemala or in general in the region to have a better position. It is important to clarify that the topic of data centers is very relevant for Central America and in the world. Because of AI, there is no data center that can host your equipment or the cloud, but it needs to have potency to operate at the levels that are required today. There are several factors that are determinant in the topic of opening and operating a data center. And in Guatemala specifically, something that works but is also a barrier is the sovereignty of the data. All companies, regardless of where they are, or where they have their information, they have to have a server that is located in Guatemala. And I'm talking specifically about Guatemala, but it's true for other countries. And remember that the cloud is that I have my information in the server of someone else. And where is that server? That said, there are several ways of resolving the sovereignty of data, having backups or replicas or a double storage sites, but it is very important, and it is the availability of the energy. When a normal data center, a normal route consume 3 to 5 heads, one of intermediate potency 5 to 6, and one of high potency 3, 9, and 10 heads. But today, a route of low potency is consuming 7 heads, and a rack that processes AI, if, for example, deep learning training, can consume even up to 25 to 30 kilowatts of potency. And there is no electric grid in Central America capable of supporting that. So how can we recalibrate or generate new energy potencies to be able to operate and provide energy to this type of data centers. And there is something even more, that the competency for the storage and for the CPU is out of control. It is impossible to pay that. And what we saw before in equipment of a quote for 30 days, now the quotes of a provider last 48 hours. There's no way to compete with that speed. So we have to go to people that have that capacity. First, to provide equipments that can support AI and that have the potency to operate those equipments of high potency. So there's an additional component, and which is cooling. When I have a normal storage equipment, I can cool it with AC, the 25 kilowatts, but more than 25, there is no AC that can stand that. So then you need liquid cooling or water cooling, and that is another animal. And so the challenge is to have the necessary potency so that these equipments that support AI can work. And remember that all businesses at some extent are migrating to GPUs, processor, and that have AI memory, because when I'm installing a data center with AI, the first 6 months I cannot process anything. It is machine learning or deep training. I am teaching the machine to do what needs to do, so that energy consumption of the machines is brutal. So how can we guarantee that this equipment have the energy to operate at that level? How do we prevent equipment not to burn out? Because the only way to cool them is using water. And third, we need highly trained people that can do two things. First, operate a data center equipped with AI, with GPU processors, and second, that they can monitor this. And that's where we come into something important, that all the data centers, the last one that was just opened in Guatemala, is equipped with AI. And it can do three things: monitors automatically the systems and prevents failures. So it is not when did the data failure. It generates an alert, and proactively through AI models, they can monitor and alerts and anticipates a failure. Second, balances workloads. So it is capable of reassign resources within the data centers to be more efficient and faster. And most important, the data center is capable of calibrate its equipment for an optimal energy consumption. So the importance of the connectivity and energy of data center is now starting to have a lot of importance. And so they have to use a public cloud or a private cloud of companies that privately offer that service. So a company does not generate its own processes and its controls, and does not use AI in this operation, is going to face serious problem in the future. And what is important is that the latency of the connectivity to internet of data centers has to be regulated with redundancy. And it doesn't mean that you have two fibers at different entry points. It is how many providers of internet can enter, where is the main node, and what is the latency that they can give. A data centers with a 20 milliseconds and up starts to lose quality. So it has to be data centers that are connected with low latency, 5-6 milliseconds, because the speed of processing cannot be stagnated or restricted to the speed of transmission of the internet. So that is a huge challenge for the region. We have to modernize our equipment and understand the importance of the potency and the cooling of data centers. And we need trained train people, we need the electric infrastructure and the cooling systems and trained staff to operate this type of data centers. Finally, the operation is going to be a one-man thing. It has to be a processor with AI, but with human intervention. And AI does not do the work, it optimizes it. So the challenge is data centers with AI. We all have to migrate to this, but with a low latency, with several providers connected, and with energy supply where the companies have to recalibrate its networks and invest in new generation substation to provide enough energy to these data centers. And Don Alexander, based on what you just said, and I would also like to close with an open question for the three panelists. And I think that my area of expertise is not infrastructure, but last year I went through a training process with ISAC and ISPs in general, and I see the importance of this local interconnection points and to be able to support each other and to respond to the demand, and how we can prepare ourselves and understand how it works, because the process of peering helps us not only to decrease latency and to be safer because the data stay here instead of traveling and coming back, and it potentiates the impact of 5G. We use 5G, but we don't use it fully. So I invite you to investigate this topic and to participate in the fellowship that AISAC has, because it is so important what you mentioned about building capacities and building talent. And the topic has evolved so much. Who of you call the normal fixed phone? Only you. We all call by Teams or by WhatsApp. And what are we using? 5G data networks. That is the importance. All these connections, all this peering, all this latency has to be very efficient, because except for a couple, we all do our calls using WhatsApp or Teams or Telegram. That is the importance of the connectivity and the peering of data. Another very important topic is the topic of AI and the impact in terms of demand and infrastructure. So I want to close with an open questions that has two dimensions, one technical and one social. On one hand, it is clear that AI demands more capacity in terms of everything that we have been talking about: latency, data, cloud services. So the technical question, or I have two questions.
It's two questions for the three of you, and with this, we will conclude this very interesting conversation. From the technical part, we have the prepared region. Well, first of all, if Latin America has the conditions to absorb this growth in the last 3 years. And the second one is if we are prepared, or if we have run the risk of expanding the existing gap that we've already discussed. And the question is for the three of you, so I want to look at your final comments. There is an important topic that we were mentioning about the data center, and I would like to add something there. It's the important is if I have this data model and processing is not relevant, it works differently. So regarding energy capabilities, there's also an important subject with this, which is the cost of this energy. It's true that until 25 kPi, I can cool with the air conditioning, but the costs are very high. This is why in Argentina it's an important position, because we can have what we call forced cooling by climate. There's a lot of people trying to invest in data centers in the south of the country because we have the capability of cold cooling. We have a lot of wind, so we can have alternative energy without compensating for this deficiency. We already spoke about the network capabilities. We have the capability of generating hydraulic energy and wind power. So it's important right now regarding what I was talking about before. So in Latin America, I don't think that the world is not capable of doing this in different levels. Now we're having infrastructure problems when if we talk about AI levels. Today we are at the level where 95% of AI users have dialogue one-on-one where they ask things and fixes them and sends them back. When we start to go up into the AI levels, when we're going to the agentic level, where there are different agents simultaneously working, and it's a basic part of a company of customer support, technical and commercial customers. The load and the demand of processing is going to increase even more. And when we are at the level where decision making above all this multi-agent is also using it, and it's becoming AI. The processing load and transportation is under. We have another problem. It's very high. Networks were defined and created by a model where, for example, let's say the data centers or people that require this were centralized. So as I was saying, the model is going to go to distributed data centers because of the latency that was mentioned. Latency is going to be strategic in the subject of processing. So, and not just this, I had the chance to be in the Open Run event in San Pablo, and you said that we're starting working with 5G or whatever, and the path is being paid for 5G, where there's a geopolitical aspect where patents become more American than Eastern, but this in the 6G, the software goes from not being in the equipment, but they go to closed data centers, and the information is going to be strategic. So we're going to have a valuable architecture that's going to have to support, and we're going to have to work with alternative energies always, and the cooling we can have according to where we live. But think about red network architectures that are different. Yes, even with IA becoming a traffic orchestrator over the architectures, and it is a very important challenge and a moment that perhaps something that was not done before, and we can work together perhaps to pave the road on how to do and where to bring forward the agreement of where we are at. But the goal is the subject of the area, and this is already coming, and it's really going to impact telecommunication and consumption. But it's very important to keep in mind that the spending we were talking about, the price would be very high if we could not use alternative power. So I wanted to add this for the previous question and give you the first technical part of the question you were talking about recently. Thank you very much. Anyone can answer? If I may, thank you very much. Very well, upon the question if the region is prepared, I think we still have a lot to move forward on to be considered a region that doesn't only consume artificial intelligence but also generates algorithms adapted to the Latin American reality. I think we move forward in the adequate direction. Nevertheless, we still have a lot to do. So why am I based on this? First of all, because the regulation in terms of telecommunication networks, as I said in the beginning, needs to completely change. To give you an example, ChatGPT came to light because it's a development that has had been coming for a while now, and with the what this has revolutionized not only the use of artificial intelligence but also the commercial offer of different tools at the end user. In Latin America, half of that time, a year and a half, a telecom operator needs to develop infrastructure in a municipality in a Latin American region, in different Latin American regions. So we're at the same level. We cannot continue to think or regulating with the networks of the past upon an overwhelming reality. Artificial intelligence is there, it's producing work, it's doing work, and of course, we need to be prepared. Another important thing is that we need this stable and foreseeable regulatory frameworks to uh, promote long-term investments because telecommunication networks, as was mentioned, radically change. Telecommunication networks need to have more capacity also in the lab link to support artificial intelligence networks. So we need to have algorithms. So we need to have prepared networks to absorb this technology, and this depends on the stability of economies of scale and a better regulation. Another important element is that telecommunication networks become a two double way or double door for AI. They don't not only enable AI but allow the population to make use of the benefits. So this turns telecommunication networks into the basis of this transformation. And we need to, without a doubt, from the regulatory aspects, take into account that it's necessary, it's the time for to start changing the mindset of the regulator and turn it without a doubt into an architect of this digital ecosystem. Of course, we have elements as investments, and if not in other services of data centers and in the part of cloud, public clouds, enough power, clean power. Are we prepared? We have issues to support in Latin America, power for what we already have. So let's recall that not long ago we had outages in several Latin American countries that took many hours to be recovered, and this was the case of the power crisis of Ecuador not long ago, and some other subjects related to climate change. So much of the power produced as hydropower with the phenomenon of El Nino, what we're going to do to cover the today's needs and the needs of in a while when we're going to have artificial intelligence completely developed, what we're going to do with that. We have a subject we need to talk about, a subject that we need to find the right way on how to put the right incentives there so that we have not only the future networks, the future power, the cooling of the power, and this requires Latin America to work together. We cannot do it in a country. We cannot go country by country. Many countries. I am Costa Rican, and we come from very small countries. So, what are we going to do with these processing capabilities that are necessary and these instances of quantum computing? How are we going to get organized so that this is well developed? without a doubt, the bottleneck regarding the subject of fiber loads. We need to understand so that the 5G is an engine of AI to have the capacity of processing in the border to have latency, minimum latency almost close to zero. We need to have fiber backhaul in all sites. So how are we going to develop all these elements? I think that it's necessary to reflect, necessary to work as a region, understand what we have and how what we do today will directly impact the capacity of use and the capacity of development we have with AI. So, in other words, how are we going to ensure the future for the next generations of Latin Americans? Yes, the only comment I want to make today is if we are prepared for the development of tech change, the answer is no, but we are not. We are not, and no one. And remember that 4 months ago, the king was ChatGPT. ChatGPT today is no one, and the one that sets the rules in AI is.
Estamos preparados, pero nadie lo está. La buena noticia es que la región está tomando las medidas y está preparándose en varios frentes, en dos escenarios, en el gubernamental y en el industrial privado, para poder ser un hub tecnológico, y era lo que nosotros nos habíamos propuesto, que Guatemala fuera un hub tecnológico de Centroamérica.
Be a tech hub in Latin America to for Latin America to be considered a key player for this. I love the conversation. I would love to continue this in a disaggregated way, and of course, enrich it with the knowledge that our audience has here. So I have nothing more than to thank all three of you for your comments and for taking the time to participate in this very important subject where we are all learning that we're all learning about. So a big round of applause for our presenters, and we will end with this. Thank you very much. Excellent panel. Thank you, Stephen, for moderating. Thank you. And okay, behind your badge, you have a QR and you have access to the agenda and you have all the pictures if you want to share them. No? Yeah, you can take it from there. And the networks as well. I saw that you were sharing a lot of things, so thank you for that. So, we will follow our awesome photographers. We'll take a picture, then we'll go to lunch, and then we will come back on time because we have a panel at 2:30. So now it's picture time.
tema, vamos a salir de infraestructura y regulación a pasar a temas.
We're going to go from infrastructure to cybersecurity. It is a panel. We have a little bit of more time, so we have time for questions because it's a topic that attracts interest. The first part of the panel is a video that I did with Christopher Painter. Christopher is our friend of the school, and we couldn't find a space in his agenda so he could be synchronic, but he's been in person several times. He's the first cyber diplomat of the world. He was a consultant in cybersecurity for President Obama, and he's held very important positions like GFC. I carried out a short interview about international negotiation in cybersecurity. There is he's going to talk in English. He speaks very fast, but it has captions. I don't know if you can see the captions, and then we'll go on with the panel.
¿No le está llegando a usted?
Ajá, no, ni a mí ni a ningún participante.
Ah, que está llegando y viene para...
El Zoom.
We'll play the video now.
With us and for our students in the School of Internet Governance, and if you're okay with this, I may show this video also to my students at the cybersecurity career in Buenos Aires. And thank you very much for your time, for being with us. Always nice to talk to you in person or virtually. Welcome.
To be with you too. Sorry it's not in person. I always enjoy being in person, but
we hope to meet somewhere in the world in the near future. So we have these conversations many times about cybersecurity. You have a very important role starting as a prosecutor, and then you were the first cyber diplomat at the time of the Obama president in the United States. And then you had many other important roles related with cybersecurity and also capacity building in cybersecurity and cybercrime. But we see so many international activities in cybersecurity, cybercrime. Let me name some of them. Maybe I'm missing some. United Nations Global Mechanism on Responsible State Behavior, launched in March 2026, so some months ago. United Nations Cybercrime Convention just opened for ratification in Hanoi, starting this year. The Budapest Convention that started 20 years ago, but it has been evolving over time from the Council of Europe. Then the IGF also addresses some from the multi-stakeholder perspective in cybersecurity. Then you have bilaterals, G7, G20, and many other things. So many things to follow. Which ones do you consider really having an impact at the national or regional level? And frankly, which one has become more productive? I can say that perhaps the Budapest Convention has been very impactful in many countries, but there are some other countries that still are not part of it. How do you see it, and how do you follow all these different activities all over the world?
well, thanks, Olga. And I have been involved for a long time and followed a lot of these. In fact, was involved in negotiation a bit of the Budapest Convention back whenever it was, 25 years ago, a long time ago. And you know, I think we'll start with that. We'll start with the cybercrime activities. And I think that over the last several years, there's been negotiation of this UN Cybercrime Convention. And the reason for that was some countries, even though I think the Budapest Convention is up to like 70 or 80 countries now that have signed on to it, accepted it, and many others have emulated its provisions in their law. The Budapest Convention dealt with substantive law, like things like attacking computers, etc., that a lot of countries didn't have that before. including including in Argentina and other places, but they all have it now. And procedural law, how you get the evidence, and cooperation internationally, and so it was pretty important at the time. But it was the only game in town for a long time, and there were a few countries who were opposed to joining it, partially because they weren't negotiating it. That wasn't theirs. It was their view.
Brazil.
Partially Brazil, yes, exactly. Brazil was sort of the lead in charge, and then Brazil then started looking at acceding. So it was like, it was more of a, I guess, foreign ministry issue rather than a law enforcement issue. So if you talk to the law enforcement agencies in these countries, they often said, yeah, we're going to be part of this, but it was more of a political issue. And partly because Russia, and to some extent China, but mostly Russia, were leading a charge against countries signing that because they wanted their own UN convention. And very much their goal was to propagate, sort of Russian narrative, not really just dealing with cybercrime, but dealing with information crimes that many of us would consider freedom of speech or freedom of assembly, things like, Russians always don't like people criticizing the state, for instance, and so they had very different goals, and they were the ones who finally forced the UN, there was a vote, but it was a vote that passed by a small margin to start negotiations. And even the many countries that opposed those negotiations said, look, Budapest is good enough. Why are we wasting time doing this? Because we don't have that many people to do the cybercrime investigations, etc. Really, I think, worked on that. I was there at most of the negotiating meetings, and they came up with a convention. The Hanoi Convention is called, because that's where it was first open for signature, just last year. A convention that largely parallels the Budapest Convention. In fact, it doesn't do any of the things the Russians wanted, the kind of penalizing content crimes, as we call it, except for child pornography or child exploitation, which Budapest does too. So it was largely consistent. It also was important in terms of having a vehicle for sharing of information, not just in cyber crimes, but in a large swath of different kinds of crimes. There was a lot of opposition by civil society and the private sector who felt it went too far and felt it didn't have enough human rights protections. And that's a concern, but that's a concern I think needs to be addressed when it's being implemented. And so capacity building, working with countries as they implement it is important. Now, we're open it for signature. I think there's like 60 countries that signed but haven't ratified. It doesn't become effective until I think a certain number. I think it's 40.
74, as I could find.
Fine, but I think you need 40 to ratify, or 50 to ratify. So before it becomes effective. You're right. It's important for countries who don't have things like this to sign on to it. And a side effect, which is really interesting, I heard this from the Council of Europe people, is that many countries who were resisting signing up to the Budapest Convention before, now the political excuse is gone. They're like, we can sign up for both of these. We can sign up for the Budapest and this. And if the Budapest gives us better things, so be it. So that number of countries signing up for that has sort of surged. I think the challenges ahead are a lot of countries just don't have the capacity to implement this convention, and there's scarce resources. I mean, look, the U.S. is not doing a lot of capacity building anymore. Under this administration, a lot of other countries don't have the budget for it. That's, I think, a real challenge. The other is they have something called an additional protocol. Now, Budapest has had some additional protocols too on evidence sharing, etc. But in the additional protocols for the Hanoi Convention, Russia against pushing to get the things they didn't get before, these content crimes. So that's going to be a big fight going forward, I think.
Okay.
So I think the key is, it'll be a good tool for countries, that and Budapest, but countries also, you have to invest in capacity building to make sure that it's implemented in what we call a rights-respecting manner that both helps law enforcement and also protects human rights and builds the capacity of the countries that are involved. So I think that's a continuing moving target. I'll say the first meeting they had of what they call I think it's the Committee of the Parties, in Vienna in January ended in stalemate because they couldn't agree on a lot of things. So we'll see. And we'll see how many countries actually go through with the ratification, which in some countries is a complex process.
It's a binding document. So countries who agree must change their laws at the national level, like the Cybercrime Convention from the Budapest Convention, or it's just a declaration of...
think they have to make it consistent, but I think that I think that the thing is, as I said, the substantive provisions are largely consistent with Budapest already. So if you've already done that, I don't think it requires major changes. And then on the cybersecurity side, you're right. There's a lot of good things going on. The UN has its global permanent mechanism. They've had a series of meetings in New York on things they'll call an open-ended working group.
Yeah.
And back in 2015, they agreed to this stability framework, that norms of responsible state behavior, 11 of those, things like don't attack, norms of restraint, don't attack the critical infrastructure of their country when it's not wartime. Don't go after the certs or the C certs, like the ambulances or on the internet or hospitals. Cooperate on things. And then also international law applies to cyberspace and certain confidence building measures, and then capacity building again. And that hasn't really changed since 2015. It's just been reaffirmed again and again. There's been, I'd say, incremental progress, more explanation of what those things mean, more meat on the bones, if you will. But you can't separate all this cyber stuff from geopolitical situations, and the geopolitical situation isn't good, as you know. there is vast differences between China, Russia, Iran, etc., and the U.S. and what we sometimes call the West or democracies, and these are consensus things. So the UN Convention didn't need a consensus, although it did get mostly a consensus. But in the cybersecurity things, they need a consensus. And it's hard to make progress when you have to get consensus among those very diametrically different views, especially Russia is pushing for another treaty, one on cybersecurity. They've been doing that for 20 years. And the U.S. and others have pushed back and say, no, we need to actually understand this better. We need to understand we have norms. We have to have accountability, which is one of the big issues. So that's important. And then all the regional organizations, so the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, that does a lot in capacity on confidence building measures. There's in this region, there's the Organization for American States, which is doing a lot of great work, building certs, building national strategies, working on CBMs, confidence building measures. So that's been great. Then ASEAN and Asia. So there's a lot, as you said, there's a lot of activity going on both cybercrime and cybersecurity. And it is a challenge for anyone, or certainly any country even, to track all this stuff. and actually, especially if it's a small country or a developing country, to really devote the resources to tracking these, because they are important developments. And that's not even talking about all the AI stuff that's going on. There's lots of that too. And we're going to do that later.
Finally, and a little bit out of this issue, there are negotiations about lethal autonomous weapons. Do you think that would go? It's a little bit different from this. It's AI and weapons, but there's a negotiation in the UN. And how do you think this could end in something concrete, or just no consensus? How do you see that?
I wish there could be a consensus, but I tend to believe there won't be. And the reason I believe that is that there's still a lot of things to be, now there's gotten brought up. We've been talking about autonomous weapons for like 20 years. The UN and others have been talking about that and haven't been able to reach real agreement. And there's some real dangers on autonomous weapons. Like but now with AI layered on top of that, that makes it even more urgent, because if you get it wrong, it could be a big escalating wrong. And it's interesting, there was a commission, the Dutch set up a commission about the responsible use of AI military field, and they have a number of recommendations. I think the only one that's likely to get traction is don't put AI under nuclear command and control. Maybe it's a good idea, despite all the movies about that from I used to watch going back like 30 years. But don't do that. But even that governments haven't agreed on. But here's the problem. I mean, again, when you're on, you can only make so much progress. I mean, this get vetoed in the Security Council. I can't imagine that China or Russia, or China or the U.S., which are really the biggest AI powers right now, are going to agree to have themselves constrained, particularly in a military way. Whether, if it's in their own self-interest, they might agree between themselves, or if they're afraid of escalation, like we talked about, they might limit themselves because they're worried about it and have human oversight, etc. But I doubt you're going to see them agree to anything that's concrete that it's a restriction, particularly from the UN, given the U.S. is seemingly cold on the UN, and China will say they'll do it, but then will not necessarily. China and Russia will say they'll do the things, and then they don't necessarily follow that. We saw with the norms, these expectations of behavior. Does that mean that countries abide by the norms? No, they actually violate them, and then that's where you get to the accountability piece. So I wish I could be more hopeful on that, because I do think it's important, but I just, in the short term at least, I just don't see that happening.
Okay,
It's
well,
important we talk about it, though. I totally agree. It's important we talk about it.
it's important we talk, and it's important to see how it evolves, and at least the negotiations and what is being discussed is important too. At least for us that we're investigating and trying to learn, it's very important. Okay, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have good travels, and hope to see you and meet you somewhere in the world, and thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm happy to be here, and there's lots else. Certainly, there's many more things we could talk about. And next year, I'm sure whatever happens with AI and Mythos, and whether that really changes the game on cybersecurity in a bad or good way, we'll find that out next year. By next year, by next week, maybe we'll see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you.
If someone finds a microphone, please let me know. Oh, you found it? Oh, okay. It's always good to listen to Chris. He is very generous with his time, and and he's been with us in person several times, and he is a very important person now. The negotiation. He's a referral. He's going to be traveling around the world. He's going to leave to Japan after we talk. Now I want to talk my dear friend Ernesto Ibarra. He is president of AMCID and founder of AMCS. Let's not hide the screen. From Mexico, my great friend. He's been in the school, and when we go to Mexico, we always find him. In 2012 or 2011 in Mexico, and we had this meeting in Mexico City, and he is an expert in cybersecurity, not only in Mexico but in the whole region, and his activities in other associations. And we have 3 colleagues that are participating virtually, and he's from the Paul Paul Smile, Director of Cybersecurity and Technology in the British Embassy in Mexico, Carlos Seganazo, Chief Technology Strategist, and Ariel Nowersten, Specialist Senior in Cybersecurity. I pronounce it in German, but you can tell me how to pronounce it. So here we have the 3 virtual participants. I don't know if you were able to listen to Chris, who had an interview with me. Ernesto, I'm going to start with you. From Mexico, what are the barriers? We know that the economy of Latin America is based fundamentally in small and medium-sized enterprises, but as the large companies, they can also suffer cyber attacks. But I'm thinking of an SME and how the government in Mexico adopts strategies in cybersecurity, and what is the role of your company in supporting them in Mexico. And I know you have activities throughout the region, so welcome, Ernesto. Thank you, Olga. It's a great honor to share with you and with Adrian, with all the community of this South School of Governance. I want to start with an exercise. I'm sorry if I steal some seconds. Please raise your hand, those that are fellows for the first time. Let's give them a strong applause. It helps us to recharge batteries after lunch. And I want to start based on Olga's question to point out that the challenges, as Chris pointed out, that the resources, the capacity of the countries and the communities, and also small and medium-sized enterprises and governments, they lack resources. But one that is very important is the lack of strategic vision of the organizations, both public and private. Think of your own organization. Where do they move to protect their assets, their values, and to in your market? If there is not a vision from the person that is the leader, so how do we move forward? If we have limited resources, how do we use them if we do not have a direction? There's no favorable wind when you don't know where you're going. So one of the main barriers that we have observed both in small and medium-sized enterprises or large businesses, but especially for municipal governments or federal governments, is the lack of political vision or a lack of strategic vision and the commitment to assign value to the digital assets, the intangible assets of a country or an organization or even individually. How many times we have listened to words or phrases, I'm not important for a delinquent. My data is not important for a delinquent. I'm just a teacher. I'm just a small lawyer or an engineer. But if we have this concept, we are losing the importance of value, what our digital life is worth. And we are part of an ecosystem that adds value to the digital world. So we are vulnerable. We can be part of the insecurity of digital insecurity of a country. So from this perspective, I think we have to reinforce the awareness and that we are part of a community like the school SSIG has achieved. In 2011, I was a fellow as a student, and today I'm honored that it is my third school. I have been part of the creation of this building this ecosystem in Mexico, the Mexican Academy on Cybersecurity and the Alliance Mexico Cyber Safe, which groups 126 organizations, including municipal, state, and federal governments, entrepreneurial chambers, civil society, academia. So the key message is let's create a community, let's create a collective body so that our organization, our family, our country, and our regional community be more resilient and more secure, more safer. And applause for Ernesto.
There? Speak English or Spanish? Fantástico. Acá todos se ponen con...
Perfect. So you're there, you speak Spanish. Everyone's happy here. In Latin America, sometimes something happens. It's not necessarily wrong, but sometimes it's not the best thing. Is that you take regulations, especially from Europe, sometimes from the US, and they are replicated in Latin America. They don't necessarily work. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. What lessons can we learn from the governance and cyber resilience in your country, in the UK, that you can work on institutionally in Latin American context? Or what do you look at? How do you see this idea of looking at the regulations from other countries? A while ago, I was talking about, Chris Painter talked about the Budapest regulation or the Council of Europe, the full UE, and how do you see this export of regulations to our country, region? And welcome. Very well. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's very unfortunate that I cannot be with you in person in Antigua, but it's a pleasure to join you from Mexico. As you said, each country has their own context, their own institutions, but there are three lessons that from the British model we can apply to the Latin America region. The first thing is a national strategy that many countries in Latin America already have. It's very helpful. The second is our National Cybersecurity Center, and it's a model that can be applied in other countries as well. And the third thing is the importance of strong coordination with the private sector. And starting with the national strategy, we have a lot of interest from different parts of the government, Ministry of Defense, the Office of the Cabinet, our Cabinet, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we're all interested in cybersecurity. But this strategy serves as a roadmap to define our plans and coordinate efforts between different offices of government towards common objectives. We have had a strategy for almost 10 years now, and now we're going to renew it with a new strategy with three main pillars that are an approach. So we want to make sure of the threats we are facing are of state origin, as Chris mentioned. So we are prepared resident, and also we support cybersecurity companies in the country. Second, this element of the National Cybersecurity Center that we have, and for us it's our technical authority of cybersecurity and a reference for the whole country. It provides technical guidance to the government, the private sector, and the citizenship, and it also acts or serves as a response center in severe national incidents. So if something happens, the most severe thing, this goes to the National Cybersecurity Center to act and resolve. And lastly, I wanted to talk a bit about the relationship with the private sector. So in my country, in many countries of Latin America, critical digital critical infrastructure and digital online basic services, many of them depend on, or are, many of them are private operators. The owners are private operators. So working with the private sector is not an option. So we work with them for mostly under the law. So we place requirements, standards of cybersecurity that these private operators need to reach that are important. But we also have broad cooperation, close cooperation with these threats, facing these most important threats together. So we have the transfer of the private sector to the National Cybersecurity Center for 6 months, for a year, or even to work on different projects where we face some challenge, and we help with the private sector to achieve our goals, or complete our challenges in this regard. So the strategy, national center, and cooperation with the private sector, those would be my thoughts. I have a question that comes up that I did not discuss before. When the UK leaves the European Union, because the European Union, there's a lot of cybersecurity regulations at the common market, and each country applies them differently. Do we have to make changes when going on with the Brexit, or you had to continue with the regulations you had nationally? Sorry, I will reply this. This is out of the blue. I did not send this before.
Cuando el Reino Unido
But I have a question. When the UK goes through the Brexit, right, separates from the EU, do you have to redo your regulation on cybersecurity? Because there are some regulations that are community regulation for the UE, and then the countries implement them, and according to the country, but there's a certain global framework And do you had to do amendments, and did you continue with the national regime? I don't know if you understood the question. The most important thing are two things. One is the NIST is of 2018, which is the shared regulation we had with European Union, and we kept that in our national regulation. I understand that last year the European Union updated this regulation, so you have the and list laws, and we are in the process of updating our regulation. It's going to be a bit different because now we have the freedom of acting a bit different, but they follow the same lines. So we're still very aligned with the European Union. And the other thing is the data protection, the famous GDPR that we kept in the UK. So we are also aligned with data protection as well. Thank you very much for this clarification. It seems very interesting to see how you've been adapting. Dear Carlos, where are you? Where are you, Carlos? Over here. Carlos, we met Carlos. He's laughing because he remembers this. I met him in the first school we did in Buenos Aires. I didn't know Carlos. He came and he was one of the fellows, and it's an important reference in Latin America in terms of security, especially focused on your role in ACNIC. ACNIC is our regional international registry. So, welcome, Carlos. It's always a pleasure to have you. I saw him in person in Montevideo. You did. And ACNIC has an important role in a critical infrastructure in the region. What do you think are the threats that the ecosystem with the ecosystem in on routing and the domain name system in Latin America? Or what does internet service providers need to do, and the stakeholders of this ecosystem, and the stakeholders in these infrastructure ecosystem to protect the cybersecurity of networks? Welcome. Thank you, Olga. Yeah, we've known each other for a long time ago. I remember this school at that time, and I did not work for ACNIC. My participation in the school made me end up here somehow. And I want to start by saying that it's regional internet and it's a registration of regional internet, and particularly LACNIC and Caribbean. The territory is covered by LACNIC, Mexico to the south, and Central America, and some of the islands of the Caribbean. Divided mostly in the linguistic lines, but not exactly, because for example, there's an English-speaking country that is there, and it's in the LACNIC region, and in particular LACNIC that manages the numbering resources that we call numbering resources in the directions, and these are key for the different devices of internet. Without these, LACNIC as we know it would not exist, and without a doubt, these are numbering identifiers, and they need to be unique. Not numbering resources, and they need to be unique at the global level. And recently, there were some attempts to automate this function throughout humankind. The best way we found out is to write it down in a book. Think about property records, vehicle records, and land records we had in England, like the Doomsday Walk, things like that. When we want to guarantee something, we wrote it down. These are no longer on paper, but they're digital, but the concept is similar. And there's something called membership with the organizations of the region that need numbering resources. This is important because we don't sell numbers, because somehow We sell participation. We sell the participation in a non-profit or society through the membership, and the rights granted by the membership is to obtain the numbering resources if the membership is current, and if the membership expires, or the organizations break up and are mixed with others, etc. These resources eventually are transferred or bring back to LACNIC to be reassigned. So I think the topic of infrastructure and cybersecurity, I would like to make a comment. And the aspect of cybersecurity is the one that is more hidden or less visible because it's in the environment of the different layers of the network. It's easy to see the aspects of cybersecurity linked to physical infrastructure. Very recently, things like the conflicts, like, well, the conflict with Iran and the attack with the data centers in the Gulf. We were cutting the cables of optical fiber as elements of war. Ukraine, Russia, etc., and Canada. This was confirmed, but no one is going to say this. These are the cybersecurity aspects related to critical infrastructure. If we go to the other extreme, software applications, we're also more or less familiarized with this, which is phishing, stealing of information and devices, data breaches, etc. But I am in the middle of all of this. In the middle, there's a whole world of cybersecurity that has to do with things mentioned in your question related to cybersecurity, related to DNS, domain name system, and the routing and name resolution is key for internet name functions. I think when you open the browser and you write down www dot whatever, you're using the function of name resolution of internet. And this name resolution is very critical. When you write www.bank.com, you expect to be taken to the website or the app of the or whatever of the bank. So as this number system can be hijacked or affected, you could access places that you don't want. You would use legitimate access to your banking account, or the information can be stolen or hijacked, and they will vulnerate your account. So the information is very critical. When we talk about routing, it's a parallel thing. With internet function, routing is what happens in each jump on the internet. You know that internet has connections with all the. You don't have not that we have connection with other devices online. We go through jumps, and in each equipment that we call routers, and in each router there's something called a information package decision, and I look at where it goes, and I decide what interface I'm going to extract, and this is equal critical, and an attacker can sabotage or alter or manipulate the treatment function and redirect traffic to somewhere else that is not the genuine destination. You can do different things like causing what is called a system denial, or do more sophisticated things like analyze traffic, etc. What is it that we work on in terms of regional records, not just regional records, but organizations regarding the governance system, and at the domain name level? We do a lot of things, but particularly at the technical level, what we're working on is to deploy technology called DNSC, the security of DNS, that somehow resolves part of the problems linked to manipulation of a domain and interference of this domain. It doesn't resolve everything because there's one of the things that we need to think about. There are no silver bullets. but it summarizes some of the problems, and it mentions it in particular because aside from other techniques that cover out other problems, the implementation of DNSC is an implementation that requires DNSS is an implementation that requires cooperation throughout the whole ecosystem of the region. Some need to validate the areas or the signatures, and somehow it means to the um, involved organizations of the ecosystem because we need to implement the signatures throughout the whole tree. So this deployment for this deployment to happen, we need close cooperation with the different organizations. Something similar happens with routing. There's a technology called uh, MPKI that tries to do something similar, which is to generate digital signatures to ensure routing, and we have the need of cooperating together and coordinate between the different stakeholders, not only at the government level, but also the rivers, the reefs, and also the protocol specification and in technical community and the implementation of these things. I'm sorry if I extended myself. I want to ask a question since I have you here. So ACNIC has a CSIR, right? Is it focused on routing and DNS, or is it broader? What is the goal of CSIR that you have? The main focus has to do with what the nature of the organization does with the illegitimate use of the management resource, in particular the marine resources assigned by LACNIC. But LACNIC has an ideal position to receive uh, important incident reports linked to illegal activity in the region, and this is why they work as a coordination element. The incidents we get, but the LACNIC cannot receive because it doesn't have visibility in that, but it can put into contact the different parties involved. So this is a subject that is underlying to the whole internet security functioning of internet in general. Internet doesn't work without the broad cooperation of security until the routing. So this is kind of the spirit of what we're trying to do. It's the spirit of those that are technicians to cooperate. Ariel, where are you, Ariel? Yes, I can see. How do I pronounce your last name? That way I can learn. You said it correctly. The German way is the right way, but in Latin America, how do people say this? Anyway, works because no one said Einstein. People say Einstein, but that's okay. From IDP, the Inter-American Development Bank makes a series of studies and interesting documents. What indicators do you use to measure maturity of cybersecurity in the countries in our region, and how do you see the region, and what lacks do you see in the region that can be solved or deserve more information or are more challenging? And welcome. Thank you. And yes, since we are a development organization, we are interested in knowing the true status of the region in cybersecurity in terms of maturity so that we can identify gaps where we have them, to identify gaps so that we can identify our actions and guide our actions. Our most well-known report, and I'm going to share some slides. It's the regional report of all Latin America and cybersecurity drafted together with the OAS. In December, we launched the third the edition that is specific to Latin America and the Caribbean. It uses a maturity model from the University of Oxford, and it measures the maturity per country according to 5 dimensions. strategy, awareness raising, legal and regulatory knowledge. And we see important trends and the situation of the region. For example, we see there's a growth of maturity of all the countries of the first edition of 2016, 2020, and 2025. In each of those, we measure regional progress in cybersecurity. We have 19 countries that have national cybersecurity strategies, and thanks to a strong and sustainable program of OAS that supports many countries, but just 3 of the countries measured, that are the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. They are 30. Only 13 have the capability of applying the national strategies. There is a important failure in the capacity to protect critical sectors. For example, what was mentioned, and there's also infrastructure is also growing, and we have the lack of trust in the electronic government services, not because we always have this vision and how digitalization enables other things in the countries, for example, these digitized services, and well, our role here of cybersecurity through digitization. So it's if there's an important lack of trust, it's an issue to address. So, for example, other measures of maturity in terms of response incident, they have a national CSI, and there are improvements that are noted in incident notification. And then we have the environment of defense and national security. That is a subject that we don't deal with a lot, but is also included in maturity. And we have in the agreement of Budapest of cybersecurity is something where there's also progress, so as well as technical regulations. But we see that we still have problems because not even 26 countries use international ones. Only 7 have consolidated regulations for public hiring. So, buying technology for public agencies, but not necessarily applying a cybersecurity criteria, or perhaps we apply something systematized. Only 5 countries see software qualities and something like cyber incidents. And a relevant subject when talking about capabilities and the long-term vision is talent. 52% consider of competencies like the biggest challenge to develop cyber resilience. And part of this talent scope that is something global, not only the region, is also female participation in labor force, where only approximately 20% of the staff focused on cybersecurity are women. And this is a result of a very scarce investment in training programs and the academic environment as well, and programs and capabilities, national programs and capabilities in the region of research and innovation. To end this comment, yes, we do see a number of emerging issues, not the only one, but I think that some of these for discussion, adopting IA that will follow us for many years now. The subject that is not strictly cybersecurity, but as an aspect of security online, which is the aspect of misinformation, together with AI, everything can be more complicated, and even more every day the subject of assessing human resources. How do we know if we have enough staff, if the staff is well trained? It's a subject that is not resolved. And if I want to hire someone, what certifications I need to ask for? What are the certifications that exist in the market and that really reflect something I need with my organization? And the subject of inequality, which is something that is multidimensional. We were talking about a certain aspect of gender inequality, but there are aspects of inequality regarding uh, persons with disabilities, people that are in the periphery and perhaps don't have such good connectivity. There's a subject of income and access to digital technology, knowledge to use digital technologies, and all of this leads to that the results of digital transformation are not concentrated equally in the region, but these are just some of the subjects we see as emerging issues. And here there isn't a boring moment. We don't have boring moments here. I think that the report is online, right? We can download it, right? Yes, that's right. It's on the website. You can go to publications or look at it by cybersecurity report in Latin America. IDP is one of the most downloaded reports of IDP in history in the different editions. Good data. We will look for it, and if someone finds the link, please share it between the fellows. Thank you, Ariel. Ernesto, I go back to you in your experience of interacting with governments, municipalities, public sector, private sector. Organized crime attacks that are sophisticated. After many years ago, organized crime was more basic, but now criminals have studied, have become more sophisticated, they have technology, and they don't have any regulators, and they're moving fast and moving forward. So what do you see in Mexico and the region that you can protect companies or governments to incidents in large scale according to your experience in contact with the different stakeholders of the ecosystem? Sure. To readdress what my colleagues of the panel have said, let's recall that we are already connected globally with the departments that we still need to connect with this connectivity gap. But I'm talking about that the phenomenon of cybercrime and the use of technology for committing illegal activities, for illegal behavior. We don't know where the criminal is disseminating a malware or an attack. This makes the study more complex because added to this, we enhance the cyber attack itself with the use of artificial intelligence. With the attacks become more personalized, like phishing. Do you recall many years ago that said, I'm a prince of Nigeria and I want to give you $1 million? Now, phishing arrives by saying that they are colleagues that will be fellows at the School of the South School of Internet Governance. So what does this do? They gain our confidence because they hyper-personalize the attack with artificial intelligence, taking advantage of all the data we publish on social media indiscriminately. So many things are connected. Organized crime, criminals in general take advantage of the information, artificial intelligence, and it is combined with the lack of cybersecurity culture we have individually and in private organizations of the state, etc.
So we have seen how from international spaces, we have fostered multi-sectorial cooperation and multidisciplinary cooperation. For example, there is a forum, a regional forum between the European Union and the Latin American and Caribbean, and there is a dialogue table for cybersecurity, and they also broach AI and in the American content with the OAS. There is a work with a seat where there is ways to respond and get together to exchange experiences and lessons learned to collectively face cyber attacks that can damage critical infrastructure that generate severe harm to the infrastructure in the countries. As a reference in the region and in the study that was published that Ariel mentioned in the chapter of Mexico, they refer to this initiative, the Mexico Alliance, the Mexican Alliance for Cybersecurity. It joins industry, international or bodies or institutions and private sector. If we work together, we can understand the phenomena better and we can help each other to protect ourselves. So it seems to me that that cooperation is the base, is fundamental. This multi-sectorial, multidisciplinary approach, the cooperation to create community and trust each other. So we value a lot spaces like this because based on this trust between human beings, we can help our organizations to be prepared in a natural openness to cooperate, to share information. So the key in this regard is to cooperate between multi-sectors, and only based on the trust between people we can move to the future. I like this phrase. I don't know if it happens to you. When we talk about these things, we say, well, at the end of the day, things happen, but the destination is the way to be here, share, learn. We might not solve all the problems, but maybe some. At least we will be alert because the threat is constant. The cyber criminals, delinquents are savvy and they are looking for ways to attack us in more sophisticated ways. So we have to continue learning. So the destination is the road or the way. You are the director of cybersecurity in the British Embassy in Mexico. How does the United Kingdom cooperate with the region? From coming from a more developed country, like that represents. Latin America still faces challenges. Do you have a specific role in the embassy? Can you tell us how you collaborate with Mexico and with the region? Well, thank you for the important question. I'm going to mention 3 ways that we cooperate with Mexico and the region. The first one is that we share intelligence. The second one, we work in international initiatives like the initiative against ransomware, and we also cooperate for state threats in cyber security. So we start with the intelligence. Like I mentioned in the first question, our National Center in Cybersecurity has many alerts and a lot of intelligence that is public. We publish it in our website. One is annual, the ICC, and from the perspective of the United Kingdom, how we see that, and we start with the ransomware, but also threats that come from other countries like China, which are was mentioned in Chris's presentation. But we also have classified information that we share with our partners in the region, and we also receive information and intelligence and from our partners and allies. We know that there's different approaches depending on where they come from in the world. So we are looking at our part of the world, but it's very important we receive information from Latin America to understand which actors are active in our region. So that's how we share intelligence. And we have international initiatives where and Chris mentioned the processes of the United Nations. I'm going to mention the initiative against ransomware, who joined 70 countries and organizations that have subscribed to an agreement, including 7 or 8 countries in Latin America: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Uruguay, and the OAS. All of them are part of this initiative, and in this initiative we have developed practical guides and guidelines on how to face incidents of ransomware and strengthen the security in the supply chains, where we can cooperate with the region offering information, and we also have active participation from the region. And the last part that I'm going to mention is the how to respond to cyber attacks. Identify publicly who are the responsibles of incidents in cyberspace. And we have discussed this in the United Nations for many years, like Chris mentioned, on what is a responsible behavior in the cyberspace. What are the norms and the laws that we should follow internationally in the cyberspace? And when we give an attribution that incident that happened is not acceptable, it is not a responsible behavior, so we name the responsible ones for this incident. We have seen several countries of the region doing the same. Costa Rica attributed a recent cyber attack that it was cyber espionage from China, but also Paraguay, and in Guatemala, they have identified the responsible ones for cyber attacks by name. The objective of this, naming the responsible, is to dissuade this type of attacks. In the future, they might change their mind, and if they're going to think twice about acting. December last year, there was an example. We named 2 companies in China linked to the state system. One is Eisen, and the other was Integrity Tech. And both participated in global campaigns against governments, telecommunications of governments. So we attributed the attacks together with our allies, and we also seek to create alliances with other countries, and this way we seek to work more along this line with the region. And this very aligned with Ernesto said, to work together. And Carlos, this morning we had a very interesting presentation of Hugo Ramos with this regulatory tension between services that recognize no borders and countries that have regulations that do are confined by their borders, but with telecommunication services is fragmented in the region, and services that cross borders, for example, internet and higher internet levels. And so how does this pose a barrier for cybersecurity standards? How should we approach this topic? Do you have a vision? Bruno's talk was very, very interesting, and we are all reflecting upon it. So what is your opinion on this tension between existing regulations that recognize frontiers and protocols that have to be implemented in the services, but that have no borders, no frontiers. Thank you for this. Is super interesting and relevant. There, one thing I can say is that we have to be very emphatic in explaining the regulators and the governments that internet as such is a unique network, is a global network, unique, and that the value that of internet society is that it is global and unique. Otherwise, it would be like cable TV, super fragmented and only relevant locally. So that is a topic that seems obvious for those who have been using internet for 30 years, but we take it for granted, so we lose sight of this. And in my opinion, there's a trend to 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 bring certain concepts to the internet, and if we want to preserve the nature of internet, these principles don't necessarily apply. So, regarding your questions, there are several things that we should avoid to do. One is to regulate technology. That is a struggle, and it is to try to regulate certain technologies. The technologies change, so to try to regulate technologies is an action for the short term and can be very harmful. There's been some examples about this. So the intentions are good. The government of China mandated they wanted to keep local traffic low, ensure quality of services for Chile. This was for Chile, not China. But in the practice, when we create certain obligations, the incentive for the industry actors is to fulfill. So the result was not positive. Years later, when the industry was more mature, the exchange points in Chile came up by themselves, naturally. So, what it would have been better, instead of mandating the traffic points, it would have been better to say we need that the local traffic remains local, and you can do it the way you want it. You have private connections, private IPs, or a combination of all these. I am a promoter of the regulators regulate 0.6, and I say, hey, don't do it, because what we would end up doing is the minimum effort to keep the check that I comply with the regulation. Another topic that is very concerning has to do that we see frequently is the blocking of internet in different forms. It can be at the DNS or domain seizures, and there's packages to filter traffic, but it is difficult to avoid committing errors affecting countries or regions, and there are cases that are very famous. And what happened in Pakistan Telecom and YouTube in 2008 was very noteworthy. A regulation that had to be followed in the country inside Pakistan. It somehow it leaked, and it caused a disaster at regional level. So there are several aspects. It's not all Pakistan's to blame. There are multiple were involved. And in Brazil, there are some judges in Brazil that blocked the WhatsApp. And so the networks are designed this way. They're structured this way, so it can affect others. If I connected to a certain operator and my images did not download it here in Uruguay, and there was no regulation, no active blocking against it, but how can the architectures in the network are globally, they're not specific networks in Facebook or in Instagram. That is the value of the internet. So I would like to push for the acceptance that internet is a global asset, and as such we have to take care of it. So going back to your question, it is not what we can do directly, but we have not to lose sight that the internet is a global infrastructure and try to foster cooperation and understanding around it. And there are many things that are produced in cooperation, and I think that the regulators can try to regulate internet is to implement externalities. For example, if I'm doing something to protect others, and I hope that others protect me. So that is how the IP protocol works. So it is a powerful message, and it is difficult to bring this message to achieve this mutual understanding that what others do protect me and what I do protect others. So I mentioned that it is not advisable to regulate technologies, but something that we can promote is that it is good to regulate certain standards, to promote the use of open standards as a way to reduce fragmentation. And when I'm talking about open standards, maybe RFCs, which are the more known, but I also refer to WTC or the Wi-Fi standards, everything that is an open standard. That makes it possible to have a global network that it can intercommunicate more or less transparently. Very interesting, Carlos. And back, again, the destination is the way. I know your intense work in promoting that IPC protocol, and we have to continue working on it and understand it. And we have a good audience that will replicate, and you shared the link to the report, and I appreciate that. And we will copy the link for the platform where all the fellows are linked. And tell me, is there other programs designed to finance or to help governments not only to adopt technology, but also to build capacities, as you explained very well, and it's in your report, but there are some failures in the capacity building, for example, gender gaps. So are there any financing lines, options for this? Yes, of course. This is our day-to-day work. In being a development organization, we always keep in mind to build capacity in the organizations. And they can be specific organizations, but they can be countries too. And it can be the whole region also. Some of the effects are even to the global level. And it is a different mentality of a vendor who wants to sell every day another fish, and that you keep on buying. We see that in the technology world for the model of subscriptions. so that people continue buying that service. But for us, the important thing is to build capacities. And we do it at different levels. On one hand, there are specific government organizations. It can be a ministry, or it can be a tax agency, or it can be a public institution, and we support them, and we support them in their cybersecurity. Generally, even small organizations, it does cost several $1 million, particularly for multi-annual programs. We have a good number of these programs that we have done, and we finance the protection of specific government organizations, but with two approaches. One is build capacity in the institution to become sustainable, self-sustainable. And the other one is to self-sustain, not to depend on buying everything at the third parties, but in the sense that many times they don't see the problem. And if you don't see the problem, you don't understand the investment on protection and to keep this effort. But once they visibilize the topic, then they understand what could happen if they are not protected. And for another hand, there is a country where we strengthen the national agencies or any team that has to do with public policy. For example, cross-cutting operative capacities. And there we work with many countries in the region, investing millions of dollars in building this capacity to improve the talent. And we can see a trend in the region in a number of agencies that recently have been established. And we also see legislation, and they have the role to support the whole country and improve their cybersecurity. And there are also ministries or specific organizations that have a role from their context to improve cybersecurity at the national level. And for example, the police, we have loans to help them prevent delinquency and also cyber delinquency, how to research and how to protect the citizens. In Ecuador, we have a huge program to consolidate different units to understand the digital aspects of crime. And we do this with the Ecuador police. I don't remember the number, but it's like $15 million. Might not be exactly that, but around that number. And so that is an example. We have two ministries of education. We work with a number of ministries of education in the region. One to understand, to teach minors a safe behavior online, safe behavior online, and incorporate that to their study plans, and also incorporate digital skills to form the base for future professionals that will support the national ecosystem in cybersecurity. If we do not start early at that early ages, I can tell you the example of my niece that is 16 years old. She is now enrolling in the cybersecurity school. And if we do not start building capacity earlier, then we won't overcome the bottleneck that is talent. And to conclude, a third example, there is a regional network of e-governments And because of the term e-governments, they have existed for a while. The last meeting was in Guatemala and here in Antigua, in the same room where you are right now. I saw the room and then I had memories from that meeting. And those agencies of e-government, and we have a work group, and we finance a lot of these efforts in cybersecurity. They manage the data centers, the central data centers of the government, of all the government, and they offer services to other parts of the government. So as a digital government, they have a central role in protecting the rest of the government. So those are three examples of different government agencies, and there are more that affect the national context beyond the national group on cybersecurity and beyond the responsibility of each government organizations to protect themselves. In total, I think we have $300 million that already been approved to be executed in cybersecurity in the region, and we have more coming. Thank you, Ariel, Will, Paul, Ariel, Ernesto, Carlos. An applause for you, for our panelists. And as I said, the destination is the way. We always say that we have to learn. Problems will always exist. We have some minutes for questions. Many hands raised. Someone can help me with the microphones? Please, Raime, help me with the microphones. If nobody helps me, I'll do it. Okay, you're ready. Hi, Carlos. I'm Javier Morel from Peru. Very interesting what you mentioned, and it reminds me that when the IP4s finished, when they did not have a 20 bar or 21 bars, so they had to go to operators in Africa, and they leased the IP4s. So when the customers wanted to access their content, for example, Netflix, because it was geolocalized with the IP in Africa, they had contents from Africa. So this became a big problem, and it reached the regulator. And I don't know if this was allowed or was a secondary market for IPs. And that's one question. My other question is regarding the topic of adoption of IPv6 for the new operators that want to implement regional networks in remote areas of Peru, but suddenly they cannot access a bar, an IP4, and they need an IPv6. Thank you. In regards to, you are very right. When there was in 2020 there were no IPs, and there was a waiting list. So there's a waiting list for those that need the IPVs. And yes, networks have to continue growing, and there are secondary markets. There are different commercial modalities. You pay for it, and the prices can be consulted in the internet, and they're between $15 to $20 for each IBP, and especially in smaller countries, and to have capital to buy a big block, it can be demanding. But this is trendy, and all this does not have a very good reputation. And I think that as if we respect the policies, and that it's reflected on the corresponding registry, it's okay. It is a tool to keep the networks in operation. But when I say that they do should be reflected in the registry and that they should comply with the appropriate policies, what I mean is that not all have transference policies. For example, dancing has it, but transferring doesn't. So if you go to Frenic to buy space, they but you could agree that transference of a block from Abenique or from North America, from Pacific Asia, but you can do this directly or a broker. You can do it through a broker. Uh, but if you have registries, that is okay. But if when you go to the registries, that transference of a block has to show up, and the new title, the new owner has to come up, and that is what affects the geolocalization and the geolocalizing providers. There's other factors like Google and the big providers or Meta. They have their own geolocalization and one of the most georeferencing. And so
So in the record that reflected is important. So regarding the leasing of IP addresses, when you lease addresses from another reel, this is subject to these policies of other reels, and it need to be reflected in the judgment of the other reel. And also, it has nothing to do with the recent consensus and policy of LACNIC that allows different ways of leasing of spaces assigned by LACNIC. It's not leasing, it comes allocations to third parties because they can lead to recent consensus, but what we need to preserve is the true registration or record of the IP address contact, and this has to do with geolocation. These problems of experimentation, in my personal opinion, are going to be more frequent. As a matter of fact, block transfers between regional countries are not even reflected in the record because they are networks of operators that have operations in different countries, and this is a clear example. There are others as well that perhaps have. The one I was talking about is a true case operations of both sides of the border between Colombia and Venezuela. So the network, they configure the IP addresses the best way possible to address a concrete demand they have, and they would pass to people in Colombia that could not access to government sites in Colombia because they said that the IPs were not from Colombia. This is a problem that's going to happen even more. I'm sorry for interrupting, and I think that this is the problem of magic solutions of schools. Going to the second part, dear Carlos, we don't have too much time. So go to LACNIC, and your operators need to get to LACNIC, and they will give them the resources. Do we go back to the cybersecurity subject? Thank you, Gaby Salazar from Mexico of Mooncloud Legal Tech. Thank you very much. This, rather than a question, is a comment when we talk about cybersecurity, and we know that the weakest link is the human factor. There's something that is not mentioned frequently, which is techno stress and techno frustration, as one of the causes that many times doesn't let human factor, which is the one that ultimately will apply cybersecurity measures or will use a tool, does this adequately. This, I think, that is mentioned in an isolated way or aspects of this techno stress, but it's not addressed. For example, training. Many times, from a psychological perspective, there's resistance from human capital to implement tech tools because we feel that we are at risk of being displaced, but we don't have knowledge of what is the tool like. How can I improve how I'm going to use this? It generates this stress, and I don't use it, and this techno frustration, and I have hacks or things that make security come up for implementing the tools. So put this on the table. I don't know, Ariel or Ernesto, if you can talk a bit about this, if there is, or if you've addressed in your knowledge, if you've addressed this aspect before replying. We go to the last question of our dear friend Nelson, and then they will reply everything. Nelson Molano from Bogota. Today, many citizens are given much more information to IA, more information than to your family, your boss, your therapist. The question is, it was for Ariel, but maybe if anyone can give their input, what is the biggest risk you're seeing when giving information to AI, and how the common citizen should put limits to what information to give to AI and what information not to give to AI. Last words. Who wants to start?
Silencio.
I'm going to start, and I see a connection between both questions. It's true that we don't really talk a lot about the psychological spectrums of cybersecurity. It's not that we're not discussing them. Being a CSO is one of the stressful professions, and we discuss about this systematizing part of the solutions, automating, because it's not really the same thing part of the solutions professional of, but it's very stressful. And also the stress of the population when facing new technologies has to do with digital capabilities in the population. It has to do with awareness raising of the population, also regarding risk. When you understand the risks, also that these are somehow part of the responsibility of cybersecurity agencies and digital agencies and ministries of education, among others, and police entities, depending on the aspect. And I agree that it's a subject that we need to consider in working panels, and this is not gonna be solved. So this is related to the second question regarding IA, because IA has a lot of psychological implications, and the link with cybersecurity is what happens when, because of any reason, AI starts affecting our psychology. And when was it? 2016. We started to analyze personalities because of the posts in networks and social media, and how networks can affect the mood and behavior, human behavior. And specifically, the second question was about the biggest risk, and for me, something we are discussing about, but no one knows how it's going to end up. We can just speculate and talk a lot, but no one knows. It's the cumulative effect in society. There's a lot of influence. There are professions that will become smaller, new that will be created. Cumulative effects, the family dynamic composition, people, amount of friends, etc. Some of them we know the effects to democracy are very multi-dimensional effects that we see how in internet, well, digitization as well, internet or digitization, enhanced by AI, has affected us in many things for the better, but not in everything. In some, we generate techno stress. So the biggest risk for me are some of the possible scenarios up to where IA can take us at the humankind level. There can be more bills, more effects, bigger effects. Thank you very much, everyone. We don't have more time, but I want to thank our panel. Thank you very much, everyone, for the time, for the dedication, and I hope to see you in person or virtually in the near future. Our dear fellows will be back at 4:30 sharp. We have some coffee break, and then at 4:30 sharp we'll be back. Thank you.
comprobar a ver en qué idioma hablo. Español. Hay una cosa que se llama agenda y otra que se llama horario. Gracias por estar acá y por cumplir. Vamos a ir con el último panel de la tarde, con los amigos de ICANN. A ver, cerrar la puerta genera cierto efecto. Vamos a ver que venga. Ahora arrancamos. Voy a salir a traerlos un poco, pero cerrar la puerta viene gente. Bueno, nos sentamos, por favor. Vamos con el último panel de la tarde. Perdón por la demora. Están ahí Rodrigo y Nicolás, queridos. Los veo, ¿me ven? En la charla de recién salió el tema de nombres de dominio, direcciones IP. Hola Nico, hola Rodrigo, ¿cómo andan?
Hola,
Un gusto
¿qué tal,
verlos.
Olga? ¿Qué tal?
Voy a mirar la cámara porque miro la pantalla y no los miro a ustedes. Bueno,
Olga.
bienvenidos. Sí.
Tenemos como un eco bestial.
No sé, a ver, yo los escucho bien. ¿Me ayuda la gente técnica? Tienen mucho eco.
Ahora creo que se resolvió.
Esta mañana pasó con otra
Sí,
charla.
ahora ya no escuchamos el eco.
Bueno, gracias. Perdón, ¿vieron cómo es esto?
Ahora sí. Ahí volvió.
¿Sí?
Se había ido y volvió.
Bueno. Gracias por estar acá. Es la última.
Hola.
La última
Hola.
Yo te escucho, Nico,
Thank you for being here in our last panel. I listened to Nico and to Rodrigo, and they're complaining about some echo. Thank you for coming back from coffee. It has been a very intense day with super interesting panel, with super interesting topics. And we just had a panel on biosecurity, but it had the topic of DNSs, IP addresses, and we had Carlos Cañazo from CNIC. So it is very pertinent to have this talk now. Welcome, Rodrigo de la Parra and Nicolás Antoniello. And there's persons here from Canada, and welcome you. And Rodrigo is the Vice President of Latin America and the Caribbean, ICANN. And Nicolas, I don't remember your technical position, but you are the one that knows everything about Latin America. April 19 was the last time that we saw each other in Bogota. And Nico was there, and Rodrigo. We've been in several editions, in person or virtual. In the opening, the Vice Minister of Communications of Guatemala, Ingeniero Raúl Solares, commented that the first school that where he attended was in Costa Rica 2015, and he found out about ICANN, and he applied to a scholarship, and that's where he started participating in ICANN. So we're very happy to have you here, and let's listen to you and welcome. Who wants to start? Hello to all of you. I'm sorry I cannot be in person. We would love to be with you, but in a couple of days we start our 86th meeting, number 86 of ICANN in Sevilla. So we are working for that, and I invite you all. I want to congratulate Olga and Adrian for this effort of many years. It is the South School of Governance of Internet is an institution in the region, but also it's recognized globally. And so we have heard the interventions of our president, and there's also Felipe Brau is also there. If he's a representative, he doesn't represent ICANN as such, but he is part of this exercise of capacity building that I'm going to try to explain why we believe in ICANN, in this type of initiatives that is really fundamental for the digital ecosystem. Olga mentioned that the agenda was quite thorough and complete. This school has many editions, and the topics have evolved in accordance to the evolution of the different problematics around the governance of Internet and beyond Internet, the advances of the digital ecosystem. And that is a quality of the school that has been able to keep updated, so we can all have a better understanding of how this ecosystem works. ICANN is an organization that is complex to explain, not only because of its technical functions, but also the way in which it has decided to execute these important functions, or to implement these functions. I'm going to give you a brief introduction so Nico can go on with the more technical topics and the protocols that make it possible for Internet to function. This question has been I've been asked this question, and the better time to respond to it or to explain it in summary is that to understand ICANN in two dimensions. The first one is that ICANN is an organization that's a technical organization with technical operative functions for the development and operation of the Internet. For example, without going into details, for example, the assignation of the IP addresses. Carlos probably mentioned what they are IP addresses, but basically they help to identify anything that is connected to Internet, and so they can interconnect. And ICANN keeps the global pool of the IP addresses and assigns them to different regional entities, and CLACNIC assigns these blocks of addresses to the different operators that you contract in your homes. It can be Telefonica, or it can be Claro, or it can be Telcel, or Intel, or any others. And these operators assign them to their users according to their needs. And because this function, besides the numbers, we also have functions in the dominion names, and so that we can coordinate at the different levels with the actors that are registered, and more than assigning them and having them follow the rules, we right now we also have a technical operation, and ICANN has been inheriting this history of internet. It was created in 1998 when the world, or the government of the United States, was in charge of these functions, realized the potential of internet. In 1998, internet was not what it is today, but we can have a glimpse of what it was going to be, but we did not really know its full potential and how it was going to transform our lives. But at that point, they decided that we need an institution, an organization that performs a series of functions from the technical point of view, and an organization that has this aspiration to be global on one hand, but the other way to understand ICANN is that it's multi-stakeholder. Probably you have heard this in this week. The way that this organization and its community have decided from its conception, from its creation, to do things is through a model that is global, that has the participation of all the interested parties, all the stakeholders, government, civil society, private sector, technical and academic community, and so on. So all these parties that can contribute, that the decisions taken around this system of identifiers, unique internet identifiers, can contribute to the vision, to the mission of ICANN, and the mission of internet, that it is a network that is open, interoperable, global, all these attributes. So all these attributes are captured by ICANN in their from its constitution, and besides being multi-stakeholder and global, it is a model that goes from bottom up. All the decisions in ICANN go from bottom up. And ICANN has a special place in the discussions on the governance of internet. We are pioneers in one of the fundamental topics for the functioning of the internet, but it is not a joke. It is the unique organization that coordinates this global internet. So the ecosystem is complicated, but to understand it from the whole digital ecosystem, we have these challenges of cybersecurity, we have the upcoming of AI, and that makes it more complex every day. And as I mentioned in the beginning, is that I want to highlight the effort of having initiatives like the South School SSIG to build capacities. Maybe you have already done the calculations, but they're open models, multi-participatory from any sector. This will allow all of us to come into the table and be part of the discussions, to have a significant, meaningful participation, and raise our voices and give value to our opinions, to our positions from our own sectors, being it government or civil society. So we need to strengthen this initiative so that we can have more people, of course, from our region, including. So, Olga, Adrian, very thank you and congratulations. Truly, I congratulate you for this initiative. And I leave you with Nico for the next presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Nicolás Antoniello. I am the manager of technical relations for Latin America and the Caribbean region from ICANN or ECAN. And the idea is to complement what Rodrigo mentioned with a presentation somewhat more technical on the functioning of the Dominion name and how it inserts in internet and in general. So I'm going to share my presentation. Here it is. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. First, I had this photo. I like to show it. Some years ago, in my first steps in the topic of governance, and some of the trainings I had was precisely in the South School of Internet Governance. And this is a photo with Adriana, Olga, and myself. Olga, and myself. And it turned out that it was my birthday in the middle of the event. So we were much younger at the time.
Rápidamente.
So very quickly, how do you insert DNS in internet functioning? You've had presentations, as Rodrigo was saying, about how internet works and how you integrate the different technical aspects of internet. Then a trend and an overview of every device connected to the internet has a unique identifier. The unique device identifier regarding what we call the network layer of internet, which is in charge of transmitting the information or sharing the information between the different devices connected to the internet. This network layer is identified with uniquely with what we call IP addresses, and it's two flavors: version 4 and version 6. As you all know, the IP address versions 4 and 6 are not easy to remember if we want to access an internet site. If we need to do it just by recalling the IP address, it would be very complex. So it's easier to memorize word frequencies than numerical sequences. So this is nothing new. On internet, someone heard about this, and in telephone networks, we use the same idea. Phone numbers, devices in telecommunications, so it's even difficult to remember the names of people. Someone said we're gonna develop a phone book so the people with the name can ask this phone book, and we can establish communication between two phones. Yeah, if you were to eliminate from your mobile phone the phone address, the device will continue working, and you can still use your phone, but in practice it would be very difficult because you would have to memorize all your phone numbers that you want to connect to. And the internet works the same way. Since IP addresses are difficult to remember, we designed and created this system that translates names in the case of internet. These names, instead of being the names of people, is what we call domain names. So, the different services provided online, and we assign domain names. We have an equivalence associated to an IP address. They're going to be associated in the system we call domain name system, associated to IP addresses, to much more things, to much more data beyond IP divisions. But this was the main function of the domain name DNS system, domain name system. It's to translate names that would in English we call domain names to IP addresses. And as we're going to see later on in today's presentation, we added functions to DNS. And for you to have an idea, today the DNS has over 85 types of different functions aside from associating names to IP addresses. We can associate link domain names to 85 different types of data, including IP addresses. So we have this system to translate names to IP addresses we call domain name systems, DNS. That's what we were talking about. So this is a bit of the format of IP version 4, IP version 6. In version 4, we wrote them in decimals, and version 6 in hexadecimal, for you to recall your math a little bit. So when we have the presentation on IP, we spoke about the difference of sizes and the spaces of IP version 6. I love to do this analogy of if, mathematically speaking, the size of the space of IP version 4, how many IP version 4 of addresses do we have is 2 to 32, and IP version 6 is 2 to 184, 218. So this doesn't tell most people anything. So if we compare this to the size of a golf ball, all the space of IP version 6 as compared to the size of the sun. That's the difference of amount of addresses available according to protocol version 4 and IP version 6. A golf ball and the sun, that's the difference in volume. The amount of versions, right? So we have a system that translates any domain name to any IP address, and we need to use to translate or associate IP addresses to domain names. So what is the characteristics of this domain name system? And we have an information storage system that's like a huge database that when it was designed with an architecture that we call inverted tree architecture. Why an inverted tree? Because it looks like a tree but it's upside down, where the root is in the highest part of the tree and it represents the highest hierarchy of this database. And then after the root, some branches come out if we need it with levels. So there's a number of there are first level, and then below that we have the second level, and so on and so forth. It's the super original name: first level, second level, third level. We are not very creative when it comes to thinking about the names of the DNS levels and for many other things. So when we selected the names of the devices, we never call it Rodrigo or whatever. We call it by the Greek letters, etc. Sometimes a character of Star Wars, that kind of thing. So going back to DNS, the root of the highest part of DNS, we have a point, and it's the only node in all the DNS space that doesn't have a specific name. Then we have first level, that are all the nodes that are somehow daughter nodes of the root. And then each of those nodes, the first levels at the same time, can have as many children as they want. They're going to be second level nodes. The children of some node of the second level are nodes of the third level, and so on and so forth. Let's talk a bit about the administrative part of this database. DNS as such, this representative tree that represents DNS is a distributed database distributed in different ways. Mostly, the two most important ones that are distributed geographically. This means that the information, each of these nodes will contain information. This information will be stored in a server, a physical server or a virtual server. This servers that form a database of all DNS that implement each of these nodes are distributed all over the world. There isn't just one server that contains all the information of DNSs, but it's divided into the information in DNSs is divided into small pieces, smaller pieces of information stored in a server any part in the world. So DNSs are a grouping of all the servers that store together all the DNS information distributed geographically, and the other type of distribution is administrative. So there isn't just one organization that manages the whole space of the domain name. The administration is divided or separated into different organizations or entities. Each organization will be the owner of one or more of these DNS modes. And each node in the DNS has a name, and the node that receives a name in the DNS tree is what we call domain name. So this is where we have another definition. So the definition of the name domain name technically is a domain name in the label or name that is assigned to a node in the tree of DNS except the root, and we already told it has a specific number. So administratively, who is the owner of the information of the root of the DNS? The owner of the information of the DNS is ICANN. ICANN is the organization that somehow was assigned, among other functions, to manage the root of the DNS. What does it mean that an organization administers or manages a node? It can be the root, but it can be any other DNS node. If an organization is managing a DNS node, this is the only organization that can add information regarding this node, remove information regarding this node, or modify information regarding this node. Putting it in other words, we said the ICANN is the one that manages the DNS. We know that the first level nodes are those that are immediately below the root, the children of the root. So, in this case, ICANN that manages the DNS root is the only one that can create, eliminate, or modify their children. So that, in other words, it's first level nodes. Let's go to the first level nodes. In the first level nodes, we have certain types, but in general, the most important types are two. The ones we call first level nodes that are generic, and on the other side, first level nodes that are related to the country code. So first level codes that are generic are those we know as BOM, com, org, edu, and the first level nodes associated to country code are domain names that are assigned to the countries following the regulation. An ISO regulation is the same used by the UN. This ISO assigns to each country or territory because it's not just countries. Actually, they are countries and territories that assign a code, a country code or territory code that has two characters. For example, Uruguay has a country code that is UY. The UK has a country code UK. United States has a US country code. Argentina has a country code AR. Brazil BR, so on and so forth. So they assign one per country and just one. From the point of view on how the root is related with the children with these first level nodes that are generic or those associated to the country code. By the way, generic domain names are the ones you've seen there represented by acronym ETLD, generic top level domain, and the domain name, generic of first level, domain name, higher generic. These are all synonyms. And then those associated to the country code represented by the acronym CC by country code and its domain name, first level domain names associated to country codes. Right? I just want to say at the relationship level with the root that generic domain names of first level have a contractual relationship with ICANN, and ICANN creates first level domain names and delegates management the authority on this domain name to another organization. This organization signs a contract with ICANN. This contract stipulates a series of obligations that need to be complied by those that manage a first level domain name. In these organizations, we have characteristics of security that need to be implemented, privacy characteristics that need to be implemented, registration obligations in the case of that those that manage a first level generic domain name decides to sell their domains, that is, sell second tier domains and delegate the children so that other users, other organizations can acquire these domain names. So when we sell these subdomains, we also need to maintain a record of what organization or person we delegated this domain with some basic data, like for example the name of the person or the organization, physical address where this organization is established or where this person lives, phone contacts, phone number contacts for technical aspects, email contacts for contract aspects, phone contacts for aspects like abuse. If you want to do a complaint of abuse of a domain, certain domain name, you need to have an email associated to that person managing the domain name to do the complaint, etc., etc. All these registration obligations are part of the obligations established in the contract between generic first level domain names and ICANN and domains associated to the country code, first level associated to the country code delegated by ICANN. These don't have a signed contract, written contract, or relationship, contractual relationship with ICANN, but also it's not like they can do whatever they want because we do have MOUs between ICANN and domain name operators, first level domain name operators, and in general, all the domain name operators of first tier, whether they have a contract like generic and those that don't have it, like in the case of the country code, they follow good practices, operational good practices, right? So this is a bit to go over or an overview of the architecture of the domain name architecture and the relationship between the different domain names and those that operate them, who have delegated the authority on this domain name. Another concept that is important to highlight before moving forward with the overview of how a domain name works, like, is the concept of administrative division of the domain name system. We find that the domain name is distributed geographically and administratively, so that is starting from the root. Every time that I can create a first level name, whether it's a country code or generic, I will delegate the management of this domain name to an organization. first tier domain levels are not managers. They delegate the management of their children to other organizations. And these organizations at the same time can say what they will do with the domain name. So if they're going to sell their domains or not, or if they're going to use them internally or exclusively, etc., etc. So in any case, a subgroup of domains, subtree of the full DNS tree, is managed by an organization or entity, is what we call DNS area. So what is a zone in the DNS? It's a division, an administrative division of DNS. It has to do with who is the organization or entity that manages a part of the whole tree of DNSs. So here, for example, in what we're looking at, slide we're looking at, we have this blue line that encompasses or goes around the COM, and the blue line will be bordering the COM and the whole COM domain below the COM line. In the other image on the right to that one, there's more of a thinner line of the zone. We have the root, which is a zone in itself. So when I can create a first tier domain, whether it be generic or associated to the country code, it delegates the administration of this domain to another organization. So we have a zone for each of the first tier domains that are created. So there's a zone for the coffee domain, a zone for the com domain, and another for the UK that is represented with the label XL dash dash and a number of characters. So if we're talking about these domains that have a weird name that always starts with xn dash dash. So at the same time, each of the operators of each of those domains, first tier domains, can decide or not to create subdomains. In the case of creating subdomains, like in the example of com that creates 3 subdomains, foobar an example, com can also delegate the management of these subdomains to other organizations. In the case of delegating other organizations, we are creating new associations every time the manager of a domain delegates the management of a subdomain. They are creating a new zone because there's another organization that manages this part of the DNS. So zone administrative zone division administrative. So if you have any questions, you can interrupt me. You don't have to wait until the end of the presentation. We can answer questions that are coming up as they go in the presentation. Olga or anyone? Since I'm not looking at the room, interrupt me if needed, if there's a question, and we will look at it. Or if not, you can write it down, and in the end, we will leave some space for Q&A. Okay, we will move forward. Very well. Let's talk a bit about, we already spoke about the general design of architecture, how this tree is thought about, this DNS tree is thought about that represents or implements what would be the database, the structure of the database. Now we're going to look a bit about the information placed in this database. So, associated to each of these, linked to each domain names, these DNS nodes, I'm gonna be able to store the DNS, different data types. Something we want to store, something technical data type that I'm gonna want to store associated to a domain name is the version 4 IP. What IP version 4 address is associated to the domain www.nicola.com. It's not mine. I hope it was mine, but I got there late. It was already taken when I thought about checking whether it was available, and someone had already acquired this name. Let's assume it's mine. So in www.nicolas.com, I put my pictures and I add documents that I write down so that people can read them. And I have a website that are associated to this domain name. So this website is going to be in a physical server, a virtual server, but it's going to be in a server. This server is going to have an IP address associated at version 4 IP, version 6, and DNS is going to be the one that translates the domain name. In this case, www.nicolas.com to the IP address and the website of nicolas.com, and version 6. So the IP version 4 associated to a domain name, and the IP version 6 are two types of data. So there's two types of information that I'm gonna be able to and want to store in the domain name systems. And each information in the domain names is called registry. And as I said, there are over 85, and there's over of different types of over 80 and 85 types of data that we can store in the database, and they all receive a name. In the technical parts, technicians names that are not don't make a lot of reference to the true use that this registration has. To have an idea, there are 7 of the more used, and they have different ones. And the registration type A, this is the registration used to store the IP address version 4 associated to a domain name. Quadruple A is the type of information used to store the IP version 6. And you can ask yourself, version 6, if these two are IP addresses or two types of data, why not IP version 6 as type of registration? So I want to say that I'm not glad, but it's called IP version 6. So it's a previous protocol, the first protocol, the original protocol that we ended up using for the transfer of information at the level of network layer. So this is why, and it says version 6 IP protocol is not two different versions of the same protocol. It's not that we have two versions of the IP version, and it's two different protocols, and technically it's a protocol that is completely different. IP version 4 has a protocol identifier that is different, and it has a type of DNS registry that is different. It's different, and it's not compatible with hyperversion 6, what we call transmission mechanism, and it's supposedly a device that only has an identifier. IP version 4 can communicate with another device on the internet that only has an IP version 6 identifier, although it doesn't share the same identification version. It can communicate among themselves because we have transition mechanisms that adapt the information that is being identified or shared using a protocol to the other one. If two devices share the same IP protocol, we can exchange information, and with this this is already solved. There's no problem. IP version 6, why did it come out? Because the amount of IP version 4 run out. When we started to use IP version 4, no one thought that internet would be so big in terms of geographical coverage and amount of devices in particular. Now we have several billions of devices connected to the internet, all with version 4, and started to deplete or run out, and we started to get more versions than the IP version 6. So aside from having more versions, we do a new protocol, and we improve things that were identified as improvement opportunities for the IP version 4 protocol. Very well. Another type of record that is very used is DNS registry. If the net server or registry associated to the server a domain name. So if you create a subdomain and delegate the management of the subdomain to a new organization, this new organization will have to, well, all the information associated to this domain name created is going to be have to be stored in a server. So the father creates a child and delegates the management of this child to another organization. So the technique way you have in the file of DNS of the DNS server, it's a zone file for DNS to identify what is a server that has the information of a child subdomain you created was through the DNS registration that creates a subdomain and delegates this subdomain to another entity. And we see the name that is type of registry created so that you can generate in the system create aliases, a name associated to another name. So we're not associating a domain name to an IP address, but a domain name to another domain name. And there's different technical scenarios where we want to create partnership, and this is why it's useful to have this type of information that a name is equal to another name, and something that is used to specify the name of a server to an email associated to the domain. Imagine that my last name is Antoniello. Instead of creating a domain name that is www.nicolas.com, I create a domain name that is antoniello.com. And to this antoniello.com, I want to have a server of email associated to this domain name so that people later on can create an email slot that is nicolas@antonio.com so that people can send emails. So I have a daughter called Julia, and I'm going to call an email slot called julia@antoniello.com. And I'm going to have issues with my missus, so I'm going to have to start creating my wife's last name and giving my daughters the
Va a ser mejor, me parece.
email of my wife. That's going to be better. So with this registration of MX, I can create email servers and associate these emails to domain names.
And I won't go into more detail. There are like 85 different types of information that you can store in the domain name. So this is, but we already talked a bit about the architecture of DNS, and so it's how information is stored in a database in the fashion of registries. So each register is used, let's say, to associate a domain name. So now we have all this information. Now I have a dominion name and domain name, and now I need the IP address. For example, I open my navigator, I write www.example.com, and I want to access the web page, for example, www.example.com. Then I first have to know the IP address of the web server where that web page is housed. I know the name www.example.com. So how do I find out the IP address of that web server? Well, I make a consultation to DNS. I ask what is the domain name of the system that I'm. So before, so I'll say how to look for information. There are two types of DNS servers: the authoritative servers and the recursive servers. The authoritative are the DNS that we had been talking about, and what they implement is a database in each domain of that DNS tree. We have that information stored in that server, and who administers this server is the owner of that information. They are the authority. So those servers that store information associated with the domain name, are called authoritative servers because they are the authority for that domain name. So the authoritative servers are the ones that create or comprise the DNS. And the other one is what we call recursive domain, which is basically a navigator. When you are connected to an internet and you want to ask a question, for example, what is the IP address associated with www.example.com. So you're not going to ask this to authoritative because they are going to send the information to a recursive server, and that is the one that will look that information in the domain name system. So that is an internal dialogue between the recursive servers and the authoritative servers. Once that the recursive server consulting the different authoritative servers, once the recursive server has the answer, it sends the answer to the user that owns that device, the one that asked the question. So keep in mind that you have authoritative servers that implement the DNS and the recursive servers which look for the information. So how does this take place? It's a little bit disorganized, but how do we search for information? So we have a mobile device, let's say, and a user opens the browser and it writes www.example.com, and so they download and visualize the website associated with www.com. And so first it has to contact the web server, and to do this it needs the IP address of that web server. Once you have that IP address, then the device is going to ask to recursive server, what is the IP address associated with www.example.com? And that recursive server that the device uses is generally assigned by my provider of internet. Every time that you're connected to internet through a provider, as part of the information that has to assign to the devices that connect, is that they assign an IP address, version 4 or version 6, so they can be a part of the internet and exchange information with other devices that are connected. So you need the recursive server, which, if you have a DNS consultation, so this device that knows this recursive server asks a consultation to a DNS, sends it to the recursive server, and the recursive server looks for the answer. And if I ask, I want to know what is the IP address linked to www.com.example, then if it has to look for this answer. Who is going to whom is the question going now? Well, it has to go to an authoritative server. And the highest level is the root. When a recursive server starts looking for information that don't know, the first one to ask would be the root server. So the recursive server will ask the root of the DNS, and I will say, DNS, I want to know the IP address associated to www.example.com. And so this is asked to the root server. If the root server does not have that answer, and because we are asking the root that administrates the point, and the point is to the right of the name, all the names of the domains end in the root, because the correct way to name or to refer to a domain name is mentioning the node of the DNS tree, and all the successive domain names in the hierarchy, you have to name the parents until you reach the root. If I want to refer to www, which is the son of the example in the .com, then we can. You cannot just say www. You have to say www.example.com, and that, because the root is always at the end, then that is why you have to say www.example.com. That is the point, that is the dot. That is why that's the way we ask the root, because it is stored like www.example.com, and that is a domain of third level. Example.com is second level, and the com is a first level domain. So if I don't have the answer, it would say to the recursive server, yes, I know who has the answer, because the com is the son of the root. So the root has the registry of which is the server that has information for each of its children, in particular for the com. So the recursive server now asks the com server the same thing that was asked first to the root. What is the IP address associated with www.example.com? Well, again, the administrator, the server, might not have the information for www, but the server knows its children, so the server.com will tell the recursive services, I do not have that information, but I can tell you which is the server that has the information for example.com, because it's a child of .com. So now the recursive server asks the same question to the authoritative server of example.com, and ask the authoritative server of example.com, which is the IP address associated with www.example.com. And now, because www.example.com is a child of .com, so now they have the answer, and returns the IP address that the recursive server was looking for. Now it has the IP address associated with www.example.com, and resends that information to the device that asked the question. The device transfer that information to the web server who was asking the question, and now it has the IP address, and they can contact the web server that is located in that IP address, associated with that IP address, and it can be downloaded to the web page. So there is a cache memory. Every time a recursive server learns something, for example, when the root told him what was the .com server and what is the example.com, and now obtain the IP address, and all that information not only responds but keeps it in its memory. Why does it keep it in its memory? Because if this same device or other device asks the same question, they don't have to look for it, because it's in its memory. So now it can respond directly from its memory, and the response is so much faster. So that cache memory, it's temporary, optimizes the searches, and so the domain name has other optimizations in matters of security, of resilience, and this are so to the basic protocol, more protocols are added, which are associated to the domain name system, for example, resilience, privacy, security. So let's go back a little bit. Now we know more or less, we reviewed what is the architecture of the DNS. So how this information is stored using the DNS registries. We already reviewed how information is searched, and we learned this dialogue between the recursive servers and the authoritative servers. So now let's talk about some of the characteristics of the system of the domain name, some optimizations of the domain name system, and that keep adding to the DNS in terms of privacy, security, resilience, etc. First, did you remember how to search for information? The recursive server asks the root server, what is the IP address www.example.com? Well, all the information associated with the root of the DNS, is it in one single server? No. Why not? For several reasons. First, the root is the highest hierarchy. So what happens if the root stops working? If any node that stops working, everything that is below that node stops being accessible. It's not available anymore. Particularly the DNS root, which is the highest hierarchy. If this root of the DNS stops functioning, if I cannot access for some reason the information in the DNS root, the DNS stops working completely, because everything depends on the root, because it's the node with the highest hierarchy. So that node, it is not implemented in only one server. There's several servers that copy exactly the same information. So the DNS root information associated with the DNS root is stored in many servers. Today there were only 13 servers that had 13 exact copies of the DNS root. You can ask any of the three, because they have exactly the same information in their defined protocol since DNS was invented, so that service that have the same information keep an exact copy, an exact replica of the information. So there are protocols that allow to synchronize servers that keep the same information. So out of these 13 servers that existed originally, serving keeping an exact copy in the root zone throughout the years, and with using other techniques and other protocols of replication of information and other techniques of routing or transfer of information through the network called ENICAS, we're able to replicate many more times the information that is in a DNS server, particularly a root server. So out of those 13 original copies, now we have more than 2,015 copies just of the DNS. So from 13, now we have more than 2,000. So if the DNS root is not available, 2015 servers would have to stop working at the same time. And these 2015 servers are distributed throughout the world. You can see the locations in the map, and it's updated in real time. And so how many copies exist of the DNS root and distributed around the world? If you pay attention, in America, we have 124 plus this copy here. There is like 382 copies in Central America, in North America, and like that around the world. So you can access this map in this internet link, https diagonal root dash servers.org diagonal, and that way you know how many root servers exist in a determined country or territory. And all this copy is distributed. This 2015 servers have exactly the same information as the DNS root. And who administrate these 2015 copies? No, not only one organization. There are 12 different organizations that manage all these copies, and each of these 12 organizations manage a series of copies of DNS, and altogether, all these copies of the DNS roots, and all of this aggregated in this 12 organization. That's how we come up with 2015 copies of the root server of the DNS, and that is the level of resilience or the level of tolerance that the domain name system have. How can it fail? Well, because there are many reasons why a root server fails. It can be provoked intentionally, and or others are benign. For example, I have to do a maintenance to a server. I have to add memory, or I have to update the software of a DNS server. When I'm going to update the software of a server, this task requires to turn off a DNS server, and it's not accessible. If I only had one for the DNS root, then every time I give maintenance to the DNS root, all the DNS system would stop working. Other reasons could be an attack, a malicious hacker can provoke an attack, and it can provoke that the server malfunctions, or it may be an accident. For example, the data center where this server is housed, it loses energy, then the server disconnects, loses connectivity to the net, so there is a momentaneous or temporary problem in the net. So there are many causes that can provoke that one or several of these 2015 servers stop working. So from the DNS was invented, since it has been operating publicly in the mid 80s to today, the root zone of the DNS was always available, and so there is zero non-availability. Never did the DNS stop working as a global mechanism. There have been occasional failures that have provoked that certain parts of the DNS is not accessible, but the DNS root as such has never stopped working since it started operating. The most severe attack, when there were only 13 copies of the DNS roots, an attack damaged 11. Only 2 were still working, but at least one, at least one is working. That's enough for the domain name system continues to operate. But today, with more than 2,000, in the practice, it's practically impossible to damage the DNS root. It would be very difficult that someone can globally attack simultaneously 2015 servers operated by 12 different organizations and distributed around the world. So it's practically impossible today that the DNS root stops functioning as a whole. So what happens if there were no root servers available? Well, we will not have DNS, and we would not have this mechanism to translate the names to IP addresses, so the internet would stop working. Even today, internet depends on the DNS, not only for the translation. I'm not going to go into technical details, but a big part of the internet operation depends on the DNS system to be operating always, particularly the root of the DNS. And here I leave you with a slide to show how the DNS root is managed, how it is distributed in this 12 organizations, but there are 13 servers. One organization manages 2 root servers, and they're identified by a letter from A to M, and each of them, A, B, C, and D, they have multiple copies. And the sum of all these copies is what gives us the 2015 or more than 2015 copies operating currently. And I don't know, I have a couple of questions that I want to leave you with. What if someone controls the DNS? Would they control the internet? It's a provocative question, but the short answer is yes. If someone could control the DNS, they would control the whole internet. But I want to clarify, well, who controls the DNS? Nobody controls the DNS as a single entity or a single organization, because this is a system that is distributed geographically and administratively. So to control the DNS, you would have to control thousands of organizations that administrate a part of the DNS. And there are hundreds of operators, so it is impossible. So it's precisely this distribution of geographically and administratively is what it makes it very resilient and very tolerant to failures, and it is very difficult for some actor to control the whole system. So nobody controls the DNS. That's why you cannot say that if you control the DNS, you control the internet, because nobody controls the DNS. And this is my last slide, potential threats and points of attack. And this slide shows the different actors that participate, or the different types of services that comprise the DNS system. So from left to right, where you see stub, it goes to the users that ask questions, make consultations, and they are transferred to the recursive servers, and they interact with the authoritative servers. This implement the DNS tree. These are the database of the DNS. These are the DNS in itself, the core of the DNS, which are the authoritative servers. And here you have the registries and registrators. The DNS ecosystem has these registries, and in this ecosystem of DNS, the registries are the organizations that operate the authoritative DNS servers, the group of persons that comprise the organization that operates a authoritative DNS server in a determined zone of the DNS. And the registrators are the ones that commercialize the domain name, and they interact with the registries, because when you need a domain name and you have a portal to establish which is my server, which is my domain name, and to perform or to make the payments for the exclusive use of that domain for a period of time. So that is a recurrent payment. It's made annually. And that dynamic between the registrators and the registries and the domain names, and then the registrant of the domain name transfer this information to the registry to create that domain in a name server, which will be available so anybody can access it. And to the right, you have the interfaces that registrants use, which are the ones that acquire domain names, and they interact with the registrants through these interfaces. And in each of these links between the different parts or services of the DNS ecosystem. Here, they are marks and protocols as a characteristic to the domain name. We have protocols like DNS that add is security in the recursive servers, and we have this DOX or DOT and DOH protocols that act privacy, but in the exchange of information between the devices of the users and the recursive service. In another part of the DNS structure, you have add to privacy, and each of these links that have the red X is they can be vulnerable to some attack. So depending on the link for the information exchange in that DNS structure, the attacker needs to launch different types of attacks, and because of the different types of attacks, there are protocols or measures to counter these attacks, and there's some protocols that completely eliminate some types of attacks. So it make me invulnerable to certain types of attacks. For example, NSC, it makes the DNS system invulnerable for a type of attack that is called a theft of identity. For example, when you try to simulate an authoritative server. So that's where I will stop. And I don't know if we have some additional time, Olga. We are available with Rodrigo for any questions.
Hola, hola, sí, ahí volví. Nico.
Hi, I'm back. Nico, do you have time for questions? Because Rodrigo was asking. I have a hand over there, or a hand raised over here. Hi, Geraldine from Mexico, an attorney, and recently I was interested in the disputes of domain names, and I wanted to ask your opinion, because the way it is currently right now, and I'm those that don't know about technology impersonation from the point of view of appearance of the website. So I don't know, what is your opinion or recommendation if there is a technical reach, or I don't know if I'm saying something out of context, but I would like to understand your technical point. What disputes of domain names are done? Rodrigo, I don't know if you want to answer this question, and perhaps later on I will add something technical. Well, yeah, sure. Normally, domain name disputes are framed within the context of intellectual property. And there we have a whole story and evolution of the way in which the dean has created, community has created rules and mechanisms for solution to disputes of the internet and domain name systems. When we didn't know it, and but because of the companies that you could use as the name of the companies as a domain name, there were a lot of disputes. They registered, for example, Coca-Cola.com, and it was not all Coca-Cola companies. So there's a domain name system that can have a website and can be registered, and they could not do it because it was already taken by someone else. So they said, how can someone register a brand that where I have the rights, in this case Coca-Cola? So one of the first policies that were designed was the policy of dispute resolution, and one called UDRP, which is a uniform dispute resolution. that has been applied through a time. Other registrations and internet registrators have mechanisms for resolution of disputes, and the generic high-level domain resolution names need to apply a dispute resolution that is equal among all of them, and the country code registration, each of them have the freedom of establishing their own dispute resolution mechanism. Nowadays, there are still some controversies and are easily resolved. So now we don't have disadvantage of someone because it's de-incentivized. So if in these lines, if you know there's a brand or a name, and in this procedure you will have this. So there are things that are a bit more controversial or easy to resolve, but we have these mechanisms, resolution of domain names, of disputes from the point of view of intellectual property that has been done this way. So now I infer, because of something about your question that has to do with something known as the abuse of DNS or malpractice of DNS, as can be perhaps famous phishing, that through certain mechanism attract your attention, draw your attention, and you think you're going to the website of a bank or something for that you want to buy, and you're just they're just using phishing to have access to your information, etc. And this is where it has a component. On the one hand, it's technical. In ICANN, we know abuse of DNS abuse that can be using the system itself and common domain names as an attack vector with malpractice or these type of practices like fishing, farming, etc. There are some we have well defined where DNS is subject of an attack, and there are many mechanisms inside the CAN community to mitigate them. We call them mitigation. We call it mitigation to this type of practices. So I feel like perhaps the second part of the question is the one you were talking about, and perhaps Nico can talk to us a bit more about that. I want to add that perhaps because of the questions that come up, for example, I want to know if a domain name is registered, who is the owner of the registration, because it elevated to a level. This information of registration is in a database that is parallel, that is not of the DNS. It's not a system for domain name. A domain name system, since we created the domain name system and we delegated the domain names. There's a Jewish that is a Jewish database, and who is the database that knows who has the right because they acquired this on this domain name, or this database is used to see what organization has a IP information delegated and autonomous systems, and this protocol called whois also exists when we invented the domain name IP addresses so that we can store who has registered what. But this protocol did not take into account the needs and privacy concerns required today, because, for example, this protocol forces us to publish the name of the entity or the person, which is a person that has this domain name. So it has information published, the phone number, email, that nowadays, under many regulations or legislations, this is included in the personal protection data access. It cannot be accessible. So this whois protocol is being fished. It's going to be replaced by a new protocol that is designed and is being deployed called RDAP is basically the same thing as the same registration database, but with characteristics, but improvements over the previous protocol that allows us to create users, so that this information that is protected by the personal protection of data law, and it's just accessible, accrediting that those that requesters have a legitimate reason why it has a legitimate request to access this information. It's a law compliant information, and any person cannot access this information protected by personal protection data, and with some accreditation in this registration system, without a doubt, you store the information of who are the holders or who has the domain name, a block, an IP block, etc. And it is used for that, for research, of search of information, of abuse that Rodrigo talked about, to see if a determined domain name is delegated and who it's delegated to. One more question. Ready, thank you very much. I'm Renzo Rojas. I specialize in IT law, and I'm in Peru, and I've been able to be with you in different places. Rodrigo in Peru and Nicolas in Montevideo. I have a question for Nicolas. From the environment of IT law, we know that legal security and internet safety depends mainly on the integrity of the DNS system that has been infallible or almost infallible to date. So, knowing that quantum computing threatens today directly the cryptography, directly to protocols like hotels, DNSSEC, how do you assess the vulnerability of the real infrastructure today, nowadays, and what strategies of technical governance are being articulated with other entities to ensure flowing transition towards cryptography that post-quantics has been discussed in the latest years? Can we stay here until tomorrow? We'll stay overnight. No, 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 no. I'm going to do a summary. First of all, right, the thank you for the question. The DNS is one more aspect in all the systems that are necessary to operate correctly so that internet works correctly. DNS is one of these systems that we can call critical for internet, for the functioning of internet, because it needs to function, and the routers and security of routing protocols, routing systems, and DNSSEC give security to the dialogue between authoritative recursive service and authoritative service. Also recursive service, and to be sure that the information received by the authoritative service is true and is not forged. So what does this DNSSEC based on to provide this functionality in cryptography? Cryptography got public key and private key, but you stated this in your question. They use mathematical mechanism called cryptography mechanism. What does it happen? DNS is not the only one that uses these mechanisms. There's this whole number of measures of security protocols that contribute in other aspects that are not DNS to internet or internet safety. For example, TLS, which is the security protocol used for safe companies. TLS is a security protocol used by HTTPS for safe transfers and encrypted. And there's this whole number of protocols that use cryptography. Basically, all e-communications and all e-security nowadays goes through cryptography, and it's cryptography of this same key of public key and private keys. So what happens with quantum computing after having commercially or easily accessible to quantum computing that works acquired and used by malicious users? What's going to happen is that these processing, what it can do is that it can make it faster, something specific to try to figure out, to define this key, figure out this key that will allow us to sign something or forge an electronic signature. This is how we use the public key and private key system in DNS and DNS-SEC, which is an electronic signature. If someone can figure out our signature, you can forge the signature. Today, with quantum computing capabilities right now to quantum computing capability, let's assume average, you try to figure it out using brute force or trying with mathematical criteria, it can take millions of years. So the key is safe and the mechanism is safe. If I have a computer where these mathematical calculations for figuring out the key can be done very quickly, but in several hours quicker, I could spend from these millions of years required nowadays with the capacity of computing. A quantum computer can reduce it to a couple of seconds. So in a couple of seconds, it turns out that the encrypting protocols that are being used are vulnerable in a matter of seconds. How are we trying to consult this to mitigate this? This is no longer just specifically for DNS, it's at the level of everything related to encryption and cryptography. We're talking about post-quantum algorithms, so they are encryption algorithms that are tolerant to this quantum computing. So even though I have a quantum computer, to break these algorithms or try to figure out a key and forge a signature, it also takes millions of years. So these are algorithms that are resistant to quantum computer. This is not the first time that an encryption algorithm breaks. One of the hash algorithms, which is a type of particular encryption that was originally used, which is SSA1, it's a type of cache that is broken many years now, and even with computers and computing capability we have right now, it's easily you can assume or reverse a hash that in theory is unreversible, and it can be reverted in a matter of seconds if you use the CH1 mechanism. But the most used method is this SH21, that is another mechanism that allows us to that is safer. This is not broken. So with the computing capability, this is not easily it's not easy to figure this out. So this on quantum computing, and what we're working on is in these algorithms. We know that quantum computers are not going to be able to break or breach as easily. So this is what several organizations of standardization are working on. So it's not something led or being developed at the ICANN level, but ICANN at some point when they are these algorithms tolerant to quantum computer are available together with the community, as we do with everything in the multi-stakeholder processes of different interested parties that have to do with ICANN and all internet organizations. The community will decide, okay, well, these options of encryption mechanisms that are tolerant to quantum computer will indefinitely will start using signatures using these protocols that are not vulnerable to quantum computing. How much time do we have for this? We don't really know, but it can be it's impossible basically to predict this. Now technology is moving very quickly, and let's say between 10 and 15 years in the future, at some point, 5 they're saying, right? Before the round of applause, I want to let you know that on Thursday we have a super talk on quantum computing. So a big round of applause for Rodrigo and Nico. So from here we go to Sevilla, so we'll see you soon. So to all of you, thank you very much. Bye.
Adiós.
We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Enjoy, and don't go to bed too late.